it's 96 overs, so I'm not sure what time that will be.
Good morning, welcome to Cheltenham. Final day of this Gloucestershire-Worcestershire match. Umpires Jack Chantry and Martin Saggers on their way, and they're being joined by the Worcestershire team because Worcestershire have declared on their overnight score of 316 for 8 in their second innings, which leaves Gloucestershire, in theory, to chase 422 in 96 overs, which, according to my calculator, is 4.396. So we'll say 4.5, as makes no odds.
Yeah.
Can they do it? I mean, I suppose history would say it's unlikely, but it ought to be possible to bat this game out without too much bother, you would think, based on what we've seen on this pitch so far. The question will be, how hard do Gloucestershire go at the target, and at what point do they really do what Matthew Waite did yesterday, Dan Whiting, and press the pedal?
Yeah, I think what we're going to see this morning, I think Gloucestershire will bat normally in the sort of first hour, maybe up to lunch they might bat normally. The key for them is not to lose too many wickets, isn't it? And then slowly press the accelerator in the afternoon. And as we saw with Matthew Waite yesterday, you know, I think 180, possibly even 200 is possible in that final session. You know, you've got, what, 28 overs in that final session? 32 overs.
No, you could have more than that, because it depends where Worcestershire are with over 8. If you assume the over 8 is fine, you'd have 32 overs, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So they would want to be round about 150 to get, maybe? 150? They'd be somewhere close to the rate with 150 needed. You wouldn't want much more than that, I wouldn't have thought.
Depends if you've got the wickets in hand. I think you can get 200 because, honestly, I think it's so short down towards the Sanford Avenue side of the ground. Anyway, Joe Leach is going to take us away from the College Lawn end. He's the burly, shaven-headed figure. Comes in past Saggers. Phillips plays that into the onside. 19-year-old Cornishman Joe Phillips got 80 in the first innings.
Perfect, mate, thank you.
Great to see. It's gone very waspy in our tent this morning.
Very appropriate for you, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we might explain that line in a minute.
I'd say it'd be appropriate for you, Ian, but that would be wispy. Here's Leach. Oh, that's got to be close. Leach wasn't massively interested. I think it was more of a rhetorical appeal. A little bit high, perhaps angling down as well. Worth asking the question, though. Worth maybe the experienced pro planting the seed of doubt in the 19-year-old's head. Phillips just getting a little bit late on that, just getting a little bit of bat and it plopping down at his feet.
Yeah, there was so much debate yesterday about the Worcestershire non-declaration. I could barely find anybody at stumps who felt they shouldn't have had a bowl last night.
Jake from the stream.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't think they should, but he's from Yorkshire. Oh, that's gone down to fine leg. Phillips is off the mark. There's a single. Brings the left-handed Chris Dent onto strike, and Gloucestershire's chase is underway. All possibilities are here today, as Badly Drawn Boy told us back in the early 2000s.
And I think Worcestershire have got Ben Gibbon out on the field at the moment, so I want to see who isn't out there.
Could this be a historic chase by Gloucestershire? Leach going around the wicket. Dent tucks him around the corner.
Yes, Gibbon is on the field.
Yeah, Gibbon Fields there.
So who is not on the field for Worcestershire at the moment?
Yeah, Azhar Ali. Azhar Ali.
Yes, Azhar Ali is not out there. That's quite right.
Yeah, I can't see him, can you?
No.
Oh, there's a little bit of a leading edge there from Phillips off the bowling of Leach. Anyway, that completes the first over of the day, Gloucestershire. 2 for none.
And so here are the numbers from last night, because we were saying on the stream that as the lead was being built, particularly while Waite was in, our view was that Worcestershire might have wanted just a handful of overs at Gloucestershire last night. So if they'd have wanted a lead of 380, they could have stopped at 65 overs, which would have left them 4 overs bowling, and that seemed to be about the number that we were looking at.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If they'd have gone 1 more over, they added 15, so they've had 396, would have left them 3 overs. Well, might still have had 1 out, but if they wanted 400, they would have only had 1 over left. 1 over is neither here nor there.
Yeah, Baker chewed up a few balls,
Yes,
didn't he?
he did. Here's Pennington to start from the College Chapel end, and that's clipped away by Dent off his pads down to deep backward square for the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Dent looked focused this morning when I had a little chat with him. And, you know, I don't want to put the mockers on him or anything like that, but he looked to have that glint in his eye that we've seen before.
Well, probably feels that he wants a score. Got a century, of course, against Glamorgan. He's around the wicket to him. Right. Pushed at that, taken by Roderick. Saw him on the way to the coffee shop this morning.
Who, Roderick?
Roderick, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty early, actually.
Yeah, cappuccino man, or did you see his order?
Slower ball from Pennington, potentially there. No, Roderick was on his way to the coffee shop. This was 8:30. He was very early.
So were you, Ian?
Yeah. Pennington around the wicket, then shuffling back in his crease, and lets that go through to Pennington. So,
but you're not missing the commute to Bristol, are you, at the moment?
I'm not missing the commute.
No, it's a nice local one for you here.
So ultimately, you know, Worcestershire decided that they wanted the extra runs, and by having got that lead, they will also, of course, if it comes to it, have a second new ball potentially at the back end of the day. Pennington in, Dent forward, and picked up by Pennington. Of course, this is the only championship cricket going on today. All the other matches in this round finished yesterday, and we should also say that in the One Day Cup, which starts this week, these two sides will meet again at New Road on the 10th of August.
Yes, certainly will. Ian, if you were a turf accountant, the draw would have to be the favourite here, would you say?
The favourite.
Then Worcestershire?
Yes.
Then Gloucestershire, then the tie.
Yeah, in that order. Pennington in, and Dent just nudges that out into the leg side. Gibbon does the fielding. The reference to the wasp, by the way.
Yeah, go on.
Earlier on,
I was lost on that.
Yeah, no, because Danny's a Barnet supporter, and they are called the Bees.
Yeah. Got the might of Cambridge United today in a pre-season friendly. Come on, you Bees.
Pennington in, Dent again defends. I mean, I would have been interested to ask the umpires, and you can probably do this at the end of the game, whether they think, you know, if Chantry was a bowler, Martin Saggers was a bowler,
yeah,
would they want to be bowling on this pitch with 422 runs in the bank? I wonder, because that would be an interesting take. If they're saying, you know, it's still a good wicket, I'm not sure I want to be, you know, hunting 10 wickets on this, then maybe Worcestershire were right to keep going last night.
You never know. We'll know by about 6:30 tonight. Here's Leach. Phillips leaves that one alone.
usual cordon for Worcestershire. Baker, Hose and Libby in the slips. Interesting player, young Baker. He clearly can bat. He's tied one end up with his slow left-arm spin, but he hasn't looked desperately dangerous.
Yeah, when you see a young spinner, you want to see him sort of give the ball a rip. You can forgive them their accuracy in a way, can't you? But you want to see them actually attempt to sort of spin the ball. And I think he's just rolling it out of his fingers.
It almost looks as if he's going for accuracy first.
Yeah, as opposed to actually giving it a proper tweak.
Accuracy first, movement second. England are in front in the Test match.
Zutalor. Leach. Down in thick inside edge. It was a little bit of a high-pitched squeak there. I don't know if that came from Leach. Doesn't look like the tall gentleman that would give anything a high-pitched squeak.
No, he doesn't have a high-pitched voice, Joe Leach.
No, he doesn't look like the sort of chap who does.
But equally, it isn't bass level either, you know.
Whereas you'd think he would. You'd think he'd have a touch of the Brian Blesseds about him, wouldn't you? Then defends.
Good knock here from Chris Dent would get him past 11,000 first-class runs. He needs 53 or more.
Defended out to mid-on. Waite does the fielding.
Obviously, not obviously, but Gloucestershire do play Wiltshire here tomorrow in the National Counties match. Expect to see some of the players not involved in this game in that tomorrow, I would think. Some of the younger players as well.
Yeah.
So one of the two of the batters in this match might play as well. Thinking Jack Taylor probably would play.
Nice shot there, Van Dent. Tickled around the corner. He's going to get two. Throws it to the... Well, that was on the right-hand side of Gibbons, so he had to run around the ball.
Yep.
So Gloucestershire 9 for none after 3. No real alarms yet this morning.
And that's exactly what they'll be looking at. Obviously the lunch and tea times are fixed today, 1 o'clock and 3:40. So if Worcestershire bowl their overs at the right rate, Gloucestershire, well, I mean, in broad terms, Dan, what you'd say is they want 120 in the first session, 120 in the second session, and then you get to T
180.
Yeah, and then you get to T4 down, and you think, right, okay, then we might still have a dart at this.
Yeah. Yeah, remember it is though 4-day cricket, so Worcestershire can stick 10 men back or 9 men back on the fence if they want.
Squeezed out by Phillips. He will get a run here. D'Oliveira stopped it, but didn't stop it cleanly. And Kashif Ali at least prevents them getting more than a single. So strike rotated again between these two. Right-hand, left-hand combination, of course. In for Molly Price at 3. Aside from his failure in inverted commas in the first innings, Miles Hammond's been in good touch lately. Pennington around the wicket to Chris Dent, firmly driven straight up to mid-off. It might actually be, I know he got a first ball the first time around, but it might be just the sort of occasion that Jack Taylor is made for if Gloucestershire are within range.
I'd love that. I'd love that. You know that if Jack Taylor saw the side home, you know, he's been on the wrong end of a few decisions.
And we know his love of Cheltenham and his love of batting against Worcestershire.
And he's a good man, Jack.
Pennington in again. That's taken low down by Roderick.
I think he's like a stick of rock. If you cut him in half, he'd have Gloucestershire County Cricket Club round the outside of his torso.
I spoke to Matt this morning. Toe a bit less sore.
Yeah.
So if it came to it, he will bat later on. So 405 for 9 with 3 overs to go. He will come in.
I bet he will. Can you imagine if he got one on the toe, though?
Pennington around the wicket. And Dent again lets that go. Roderick's taking that, going down the leg side.
Can you imagine getting one on an infected toe from Pennington? Pennington Yorker, a toe crusher. How much that would hurt. I'd be hopping around. I'd be like Michael Flatley in Riverdance again.
Do you have the nimble feet that he does?
No, I don't. No, I wish I did. I wish I did.
Pennington cruising in, and then Dent again defends out into the leg side. So for Pennington there are 3 slips, but backward point, which is D'Oliveira. Kashi Valley is at squarish cover. Weight at mid-off. Gave the ball a real biff yesterday. 50 and 22 balls last night. Leach mid-on. Ben Gibbon at mid-wicket. And there is a wide, long leg, you might say, for Pennington, staying around the wicket. And Dent's always played that softly, which is fortunate because it's going to run away through the cordon and to the boundary at third man for 4. Fortunately, he played this very softly. And there wasn't a chance, but if he'd have gone a bit harder at that, could really have been in trouble.
Yeah, he played that well, actually. He took the hand off the bat. He actually played that pretty well. No, I wish I had the footwork of Nijinsky. Unfortunately, I've got the footwork of Nijinsky, the racehorse. So wonder how Mr. D'Oliveira's plums are. We hope that he's not a gelding after last night.
There's the important numbers on the bottom of your screen. 422. 96 overs today. Could be more if Worcestershire bowled more, but
I bet they don't.
Probability would be they wouldn't, unless it got very tight towards the end.
Yeah.
They might have spin from both ends, but they'd be possibly bowling with a new ball then.
Leach. Phillips defends.
Yeah, I kind of, you've heard this from other people in cricket other than Dan and I, but at the moment they're probably batting without the scoreboard in their heads. You're just batting.
Yeah.
You're just batting what's in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be, looking to sort of tick it over at sort of 3, up until lunch perhaps. I think the ball's there to hit. Phillips defend. Runs come naturally at Cheltenham, though, don't they, Ian?
They do.
Especially the Sanford Avenue side of the ground. So on the leg side there of where Phillips is batting, you can see on your TV screens at home that there's a slope down there, and it does run away down there, and it's quite short down there as well. Sanford Road, sorry. Sanford Avenue's a little street in Wood Green in North London. Phillips defends.
I thought it was supposed to be somewhere near your abode.
It's on the sort of Wood Green Tottenham borders. Bit of a moody area, actually. Sanford Road in Cheltenham's far more upmarket.
Sanford Road, Dan, is known for the hospital being on it.
Well, yeah, it's got some nice properties in Cheltenham. There's some nice sort of Regency. Is it Georgian? Cheltenham, a lot of it.
More Regency, I think.
Yeah. Phillips just works that one again on the onside. That's his get-out shot, isn't it? That's his little single.
Yeah.
It's not faux Regency, though, surely. I mean, that would really disappoint me. It's real Regency, isn't it?
Yeah, and just to go back to your point about Phillips in the first innings having what seemingly is that extra split second. Certainly against Leach he seems to have it. Whether he's got it all the time against Pennington, I'm not sure, but he certainly isn't hurrying him.
No, Leach isn't rapid by any stretch of the imagination, though, is he?
But he is accurate.
He is accurate, yeah. He's just done his thing for years, hasn't he? He puts the ball in the right areas and a little bit of movement each way. As Dent cuts that one backward off square. D'Oliveira's gone into backward point again. Unusual position to captain from, but it seems the tall guys, he likes the tall guys at mid-on and mid-off. And in the slips, Worcestershire are quite a tall side, aren't they? Pennington, Baker,
Hose,
Finch, Hose. And you've got D'Oliveira, who's at the opposite end of the spectrum, even though the Cricketers Who's Who describes him as being 5'9". Leach to Dent, who fields off his own bowling. That completes the over. 5 overs gone, 15 for none.
I don't mean to be unkind too here to Waite and Finch, but the key bowlers to me are probably this new ball pair and Baker.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they might feel that Finch is the one that they could attack, and he was used quite sparingly in that Gloucestershire innings anyway. Yes, he took 3 wickets at the end, but the main economy in the innings came from the new ball pair, Baker at one end, and in more limited use, Waite at the other.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, if they have to use Leach at the back end of the day, no doubt he'll have bowled sort of, 15, 17?
Yeah.
15, 17 overs by then, which would be, sort of close on 40 overs for the match. So let's test the fitness.
Pennington going over the wicket to Phillips. Squirts that down to Finch. Fine leg for one. Nothing much so far in the opening 5 overs. No early wicket for Worcestershire.
A little quiet this morning, isn't it? People will filter in.
I think,
I'm sure.
And so it is a Saturday. Some people have other stuff on. Some people will be playing. Family stuff to do. And also, you're never quite sure at Cheltenham whether there'll be a 4th day. Certainly, historically, we've had games over earlier.
But if this gets exciting, though, people flood in.
It will be a slow burner of a day if it's to get to that point.
It will be. And then explode.
And if people have been here for the first 3 days, they would know about the difficulty of getting clumps of wickets together. Pennington in, Dent cuts. That's past Cashy Valley. That will probably go for 4. He's on the chase, but the ball will beat him. And it's away to the backward point boundary for a boundary to Gloucestershire's experienced left-hander. Having got his first Championship 100 of the season in this match. Second Championship 100 of the season. Where was the other one?
Was it Worcestershire first game? Mount Worcester at New Road.
Pennington into Dent.
Obviously Glamorgan last week.
Where
It was early season he got one. I think it might have been Worcestershire.
where have I
In the second innings, or...
Where have I missed?
Oh, was that his first ton last week?
No, it wasn't. He's got another one.
Derby? It's one of those early games he got runs.
it was in the home draw. So actually that says it's only one. That's strange.
That's just defended there by Dent.
It was in the it was in the Glamorgan game last week.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is unusual. He's normally good for 3 a year, isn't he? 2 or 3 a year.
Waits now for Pennington to sees that just dribble out on the leg side. So 20 for no wicket off 6 overs with no alarms. Gloucestershire would have settled for that at 11:15.
Yeah, it certainly would. As we've seen here at Cheltenham, wickets do fall in clusters.
Well, they can do, not always the
They
case.
have done in this game.
Yeah, we had
So in the first innings, Gloucestershire were 118 for 1, 120 for 4. And Worcestershire, they lost a load in quick succession on the first morning. That's gone past the outside edge of Joe Phillips' bat.
18 for 3 and 99 for 5.
Yeah.
Although I was talking to one of the correspondents from Worcestershire last night. Their view was, really since lunch on the first day, they've had much of the better of it. Almost every session, they've had the better of it.
Yeah.
And therefore, they ought to be
Phillips defends.
confident that they can do something on this last day. I mean, I think Jake Libby's line last night was, we know we're going to have to work hard to get 10 wickets on this. And he was, Libby's been batted on it for as long as anyone, so he ought to know.
Yeah, James Bracey didn't think it was going to break up too much on the fourth day either. I spoke to him at the end of day 2. Leach coming in past Saggers. That's a gorgeous shot there from Joe Phillips on drive. Let's have another look at this one. That's absolutely top draw.
Okay, we're just switching ends mid-shot there, but he was, again, not really hit all that hard.
Pure timing.
I'll just ask Harry, it's me, might know. Where does Joe Phillips play his club cricket in the Weapon?
Bedminster.
Bedminster.
Oh, Phillips flashes there outside the off stump. Leach maybe just having a little word with the youngster. Dent just walking down like Terry McCann, his minder. Andy Brassington would have been the marquee the other morning. Said Zahir Abbas and Sadiq Mohammed were vastly different characters. Zahir was like sort of the regency, the aristocracy of Pakistan, and Sadiq Mohammed was the Arthur Daly. That's flicked nicely there by Phillips. Off his legs, that runs away down the hill. You're not going to catch that. And that's a gorgeous shot. Phillips moves into double figures. Sadiq Mohammed was a bit of a wheeler-dealer, Arthur Daly type character, which got a few chuckles from the audience, it has to be said. Brassington's absolutely brilliant. He's worth his weight. Not that it cost anything to come into the marquee, but you'd pay to go and see him. His stories, you just let him go. As an interviewer, you just throw the question out there, sit back.
10 minutes later, he's still talking.
Yeah, get the cigars out and, away you go. Yeah, that's the end of the over. Profitable one for Gloucestershire. 28 for none off 7, going along at 4 and over.
Yeah, so 14 runs off each of the two bowlers, everything off the bat so far. And just as Harry Clements, the club owner, has just confirmed that obviously if you play in the Whipple, which is the West of England Premier League, if you're Joe Phillips, you're playing in 50 over cricket. 50, none of this declaration stuff.
Yeah, you see, I'm not
50 overs per side.
I'm not a fan of that. I think there is still a place for the time game in club cricket.
Pennington striving for a first breakthrough for Worcestershire. That's clipped by Dent. That's very fine. That'll be 4 more. And the line there helping him. Ball going, in a sense, into the left-hander, but it's going down the if it's on sort of middle stump, and it just drifts down the slope.
Do you think there should still be time games in club cricket?
Well, when I played,
it was all time games.
Yes, it was all time games.
But I think what it does, I think time games.
That's
actually
a long time ago, of course, as Dan will tell you.
Ian's hedgehog gloves came out back then. You know, the ones with the spikes on.
Yeah. I remember those.
Do you?
Didn't use them very often.
Did you have a pair?
Pennington in, and Dent also drives booster. That's a nice shot. All the way up to the boundary at long on. 4 more. Very pleasant clip that was. Actually very straight. Just leg side of the stumps and all the way up towards the pig and pallet.
Talking of old kit and Worcestershire, do you ever have a pair of Winnett Worcester boots?
No.
They had steel toe caps or
no
hardened toe caps.
36 without loss. Dent clips that away again through the leg side. Will only be 1 up to Leach. No, my first pair of boots did not. Did they have a steel toe cap? No. I think it was kind of, it felt as if there was some sort of extra protection there though.
The Winnett Worcester boot had, it was at the cheaper end of the boot market, shall we say. And what happened by the end of the season was that the bottom came away from the shoe.
Pennington in, Phillips goes back and plays it straight to Gibbon at mid-wicket.
So come September, you'd go off chasing the ball, and it would be like, you know those clappers that they've got at Leicester City Football Club? You'd be making a noise, flapping your way to the boundary. Like that. The bottom always came off the shoe. I mean, you know, what do you expect for a, you know, back then it was a 1999 boot or whatever, you know, but yeah, when it Worcester's.
I think, what I do remember, and I wasn't very old at the time, probably 10 or 11, here's Pennington in and Phillips defends, was that my late dad's cricket boots were very, they were almost over the ankle.
Yeah.
And yet, some younger players in his team, I remember saying to him, it's almost the modern boot at the time was almost like a shoe.
Yeah.
So lightweight.
But now, steel toe cap boots are like, I mean, they're batting now in like sort of almost like a trainer.
Yeah. Pennington again to Phillips. Lets that go through to Roderick.
And you know, you get one on the boot, you get one on the toes there. It's no wonder that you're in trouble. But there's some wonderful. I mean, the cricket market has moved on. Do you remember St. Peter? Do you remember the mittens, as worn by Tony Gregg? They were like a glove, but they were a whole sort of mitten.
Don't remember those.
Don't remember those. Let's see if we can get a picture of Tony Gregg in the St. Peter mittens. SP mittens. About 1977, I reckon. Oh my God, what's Tony Gregg wearing there?
I'll leave Dan to be distracted by that for a moment. Here's Leach.
What in the... Tony Gregg's almost naked there.
Not sure that's suitable for a family audience.
I think we're all right. I think we're fine. Yeah, there we go. There's the mittens. I think that's
So was that?
That's
I
Dougie
think I know
Walters with him, I think.
I think
yeah.
you know what you're going to say. The back of the glove was a solid
Yeah.
piece. Is that what you're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
say?
yeah.
A solid piece of foam,
Yeah.
solid protection.
Leach bowling to Dent. Leaves that one alone.
It's a brisk start, this, on such a big chase. 422 in 96 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, the best way, obviously, to go about it, if you like, is to try and pace it evenly,
Yeah.
if that's possible.
Yeah. But I think from here, if they can get another 100 before lunch, they'll be pleased with that. I think we'll be able to show you the St. Peter mittens. Dent's gone, caught, third slip. Libby doing the business there and giving Joe Leach a wicket. That's a shame for not only Gloucestershire but also the state of the game, because Chris Dent was looking in good nick there. So Gloucestershire 37 for 1.
Dent a bit rueful as he walks off.
Yeah.
Sometimes I mean, that wasn't a particularly bad shot. So, I mean, Leach does just nibble the ball about. And now,
Squad number 67, Ollie Price, sponsored by the Waiting Game.
and so now we have two batsmen at the crease whose combined age is less than mine.
Yeah.
Less than Dan's actually as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And his is less than mine.
They put on 100, these two, in the first innings. Here's the man of the moment though, Ollie Price. In the last month, 200s and an 84. Speaking to his brother Tom before play, said he's in the form of his life. Said doesn't stop me nicking him off in the nets though.
Yeah. Just know who's in charge here. I think was the underlying message of that.
Yeah, no, they're good lads. But yes, Ollie Price is in very good form. Worcestershire will want this. This could be the key wicket for them.
There is a little bit of cloud cover at the moment.
There is a little bit of cloud cover, yeah. I hope that doesn't come
look
into
as if it's
wreck,
going to be too threatening. The area where the weather tends to come from, which is from the chapel end, it's a little bit grey. There is some blue around as well, though. Sun is not out at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking grim over behind us.
The forecast I saw over the breakfast cereal this morning suggested most of the day would be overcast, actually.
Defended by Ollie Price. Ian Randall's so rich that he's actually got TVs on his cereal packets. He's actually got weather forecasts on the back of his cereal packets.
Do you know, once I yeah, and this shows the different times we were in gosh, when was this? Late 1980s. You used to collect, or you could collect the box. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Leach.
Ollie Price defends.
You could collect the tops. You'll remember this. The tops of cereal boxes.
Yeah.
And there would be an offer for a product on the cereal box, and if you sent the tops of the packet off with some money, you could get whatever the product was.
Oh yeah, I think I had a cornflakes cagoule.
Did you?
Yeah, I think I did. I think you could pick them up for, like, you had to sort of buy sort of 5 packets or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're a regular consumer of a certain brand of cereal, then that's fine.
Yeah. We might have those St. Peter gloves for you. Let's see if we can pop those. There we go. Tony Gregg, I think that's Dougie Walters with him, isn't it? Is it Bill Lorry?
That might be Walters, actually.
Is it?
Here's Pennington into Joe Phillips at the start of a new over.
Is that Walters or Lorry?
he's looking at the analyst camera, not the camera on our screen, I don't think.
Dougie Walters like to... There's Tony Gregg, look at that! That's advertising at its 70s finest, look at that! What was his agent thinking?
Pennington into Phillips, lets that go.
What was his agent thinking? I mean, what? Why? Why would you do that? And the jock, the St Peter thigh pad, and no shoes, no boots either. Look at that.
He didn't want the Worcester win it.
Didn't want to win it Worcesters, no. Didn't want to win it Worcesters. Let's see if we can find you a pair of win it Worcesters, actually.
37 for 1. Gloucestershire, Chris Dent, the man out. Here is Phillips facing, and that's a swat outside the off stump. Very, very low. Roderick didn't take it cleanly. That was a wide one. Pennington in the first innings, generally 5 overs was the limit of his spell, so he's in his 5th at the moment. This might be the last one. One or two spectators putting coats on in the Sanford Road stand. Phillips defends out on the offside.
Yeah, there's an umbrella going up over there as well.
If there is just a little bit of mizzle in the air, the umpire...
There's the win it Worcester, Ian Randall, look at that. There's the win it Worcester. They had moved on a little bit by the time I had the pair in about 1990. They weren't as sort of 50s as that.
Pennington from the chapel end. To Phillips, who chops that away. That's a 4. That's a good shot.
That is a good shot. I tell you what, you don't bowl round there to Joe Phillips.
Nobody at deep point at this stage in the affairs, and Phillips scored very heavily there in the first innings, and down the slope the ball just runs away. Fielder's definitely second in most races on that side of the ground.
So, Ian, what did you purchase through your cereal packets then? What was it a cagoule or?
No, it was a fleece.
It was a fleece, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you could get things like money off like trips to, say, Woburn Safari Park, couldn't you, and stuff like that. Do you remember that? Whipsnade Zoo?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Finch has been off the field in the last over. Why was that? I think Henry Cullen is just walking off. He was out there temporarily. Finch must maybe going to change his boots.
There we go. Some branded crockery for your kitchen, Ian.
There we go. See, the thing was...
Have you still got them?
What? Those?
Those bowls. James Healy's still got those bowls.
My mum and dad still use them.
They're not very deep, though, are they?
No, you don't get
No.
that.
The original. If Kellogg's want to advertise on this stream, please get in touch with Daniel Porter at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
Yeah. By the way, three pallets of cereal would go down very well. So, Leach to Ollie Price then. With a short straight mid-on, as in the first innings, for that clip that eventually saw Price perish.
That's left alone by Ollie Price. We've had I'm the Only Astro on our YouTube channel, who's Australian. So we do apologise, Mr. Astro, that you're about to lose the final test. But, you know, hey, let's not go there. Let's concentrate on this game. He said, here in Oz, we eat Weetabix, and I can tell you, we don't add milk or water. Well, we don't add water, but surely it would be rather dry. Leach in, Price just defends that into the onside. I mean, that would be a sort of husky wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
So I mean,
Husky and rusky.
I've never quite understood, but the dark cloud that threatened to bring us some rain has skirted round the ground.
Yeah.
I'm pleased to tell you. So the sun is back out again. Famous Jack Russell said that he was soaked his Weetabix for 12 minutes. Now
7, wasn't it? 7. Was it 7 or 12?
12.
Ah,
12.
okay. Leach. Price covers up. Defends into the onside.
Frankly, if I pour milk over my Weetabix in the morning, or other cereals are available, I would say it's probably 15 seconds before I'm starting to eat it.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you mush them up or do you
Just go straight in.
straight in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not whole. No.
Tim Wilton sometimes has orange juice on his cornflakes. What's wrong with you, man? Tim Wilton Davis, that is. Orange juice on your cornflakes? Ollie Price defends. The world's gone mad. What's going off out there? Talking of old cricket kit as well, did you ever have a Stuart Surridge Jumbo?
And you see, I was never a batsman.
What
Never.
about Gray Nichols double scoop or single scoop?
No.
Never.
Never a batsman.
I see the single scoops come back in a couple of years ago, hasn't it? It's sort of back in fashion. Price looking possibly thought about a single there, but no run.
He's adopting at the moment the Zafar Kahar approach from yesterday, which was have a very good look.
Yeah.
And after 50 balls, we might decide that we're going to play a few shots.
But I remember David Gower started off with the 4 scoops on his Grey Nicks. Back in sort of his test career, started in 78. That was very much on vogue. Mike Brearley had a single scoop down his, so just one straight down the back of the bat. Price just works that round the corner. He's going to get off the mark.
If you're new to the stream, you're welcome. Okay? If you've been with us most of the summer, you'll know that one of Dan's catchphrases is, "What I'm looking forward to is," complete this phrase. And what I'm looking forward to is hearing David Gower at the Cheltenham Cricket Society next Wednesday.
Yes, without doubt.
Seeing as you've brought his name up.
I'm looking forward to that as well. Not that I'm going to be there, but I'm going to hear all about it from you. And it's a sellout, I believe, isn't it, Ian?
Yes, all tickets gone.
Yeah.
So
is he adding an extra night like the rock bands do? You know, with to satisfy demand.
We have fallen very lucky here. Adam Finch, by the way, is coming on. So Pennington is only having 5 overs. He's had 5 overs for 27. We have fallen very fortunately here, because here at the festival on that day is a Lord's Taverners match. Here is Finch with his first delivery to Ollie Price, clipped away for 4. Very pleasantly played. That was a bit of a loosener from Finch, and Price helped himself up to the member stand for 4 runs.
That was a nice shot there, Ollie Price. Man of the moment. Leaves that one alone from Finch. Oh, look at those Gray Nichols. I mean, that is utopia for any batter. Look, see in the top row there, the single scoops. The 5th one along from the left-hand side of the top row, there's the double scoop. And we'll see down at the bottom here, the 3rd one from the right is the quadruple scoop. Oh, that's glorious from Ollie Price. Beautiful.
2 almost identical shots in this over. And Gloucestershire's 50 is up in the 12th.
Look at those. I've never seen this one here, the black one in the middle. The Brian Lara with the black scoop. Never seen that? But yeah, some lovely stuff there. See if we can get you an SS Jumbo as well. I think Viv used an SS Jumbo.
So Gloucestershire at the moment ticking along very close to the rate they need, even at this early stage.
Yeah.
When you might have expected a little more caution. But Finch was expensive in the first innings. I think Worcestershire are going to have to use him sparingly. Waite and Baker are the dryers up the dryer. Two sounds there. The ones to dry the runs up.
There we go. There's the SS Jumbo. If you want to bat like Viv Richards, you should be using Viv Richards' bat. These 80s advertising campaigns. I remember Duncan Fernley attack with Ian Botham. Now, I'm sorry, but Ian Botham did not slay the Aussies at Headingley in 1981 with a £21.99 Duncan Fernley attack.
Price up to Leach at mid-off, so expensive first over from Finch, 2 boundaries off it, and Waite, and if he's not bowling now, he won't be bowling. I think he won't be out of the attack for much longer.
At least, you know, the marketing of the cricket companies had moved on by the 80s there. To Stuart's Jumbo rather than having Viv. His jockstrap.
I just also say here, and if you've never seen it made, there is a company
Leach,
Gloucester, sorry, Danners.
Yeah, go on.
Called a gentleman called Martin Beryl, who has made bats for about the last 40 years. And I think if you search Martin Beryl on social media, there is actually a video of him actually making a bat almost from scratch. It isn't a long video.
Leach just pulls out that. Our friends listening in from Worcester as well, they'll know of Duncan Fernley, that neck of the woods.
Yep.
If you've got anything to get involved with, drop us a line at commentators@glossccc.co.uk. We want to hear all about your retro cricket kit. Phillips plays that to mid-on, no run. I was a big fan of, do you remember Lance Cairns and the no shoulders bat, the sloped shoulders?
Effectively, no
shoulders. It just went down.
Almost a splice. I would say spliceless.
There we go, Newbury. Newbury have gone back to their black and orange, haven't they, in recent years? They went sort of to black and yellow for a little while, but they've gone to the black and orange. Woodworm, yeah, Woodworm. Grey Nichols 1965 by Terry Blake. We want to hear about your first bat as well. Let's know which was your first bat. Drop us a line. Nice shot there by Phillips. Can't get it through though. Kashi Fally comes tumbling across from cover. Gets a slap on the hand from Ben Gibbon. James Healy had a David Gower Open Championship. Now, I've got a feeling Mr. Gower might have been using the Grey Nichols still and putting other stickers on his bat. That's left alone there by Phillips. He's on 17 at a run every 2 balls. Yeah, Open Championship didn't last for long, and I think it might have been a little marketing Marketing trick of the light.
Just to update you on the test match, England 56 for no wicket in the 11th over. So they lead Australia by 44.
We see if we can get Lance Cairns' bat up there. Just turned around the corner there by Phillips. Can't get it through though. That completes the over. So Gloucestershire needs 373 to win. Still a big ask. But they've had a good start. They're up at close on 4 and over here.
Yeah, run rate is certainly not out of line from where they would want to be at this point.
There's Lance Cairns and his slope, no shoulders bat. There we go. Gave it a whack as well, didn't he? Hit it a long way, Lance Cairns.
Bowled big in swingers too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Finch over the wicket then to Ollie Price into the ground, out on the offside and fielded by Kashif Ali. Still with the 3 slips as you would expect. Joe Leach signalling to the dressing room. They haven't seen him. He'd like a drink, he says. But I don't think he is going to be bowling at the college lawn end in the next over. Matthew Waite's just doing his bootlaces up, and Leach has asked for the drink to be put down at deep backward square, so I think he's not going to be bowling again in this spell. Price.
Wind's just got up a little, hasn't it?
Yeah, the light is, it's perfectly playable. You wouldn't call it bright. That would be...
Forecast for this afternoon is good. There's some blue sky behind that as well, so the tomatoes in Ian Randall's greenhouse will be ripening as we speak.
Finch in, and Ollie Price again defends. Finch almost completes a clean take and a throw down, but competitive soul.
Yeah, Finch is a little bit of a got a little bit about him.
All these wickets in the first innings, at the end of the innings, Bock got the last 3. He's having a bit of a chunter as he goes back to his mark. What do bowlers do, mind you? It's a brisk approach, and he tends to lose some of the pace in his actual delivery stride. Not quite as, it's not as smooth as Pennington's run.
No.
That, I think, is Pat Brown wandering round.
Yeah.
On drinks duties. Obviously leaving the club at the end of the season, off to Derbyshire. Chiefly played white ball this season. Finch to Ollie Price, down the leg side, taken by Roderick. Roderick's keeping has been really clean in this match.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been good. Worcestershire have got 2 really good keepers. Roderick's been excellent, and his batting impressed me as well. That 53 at the top of Worcestershire's order in the first innings really held that top order together when things were going wrong around him. And I was very, very impressed with him. I've been impressed with his keeping. Ben Cox, I think, is one of the top 3 wicket keepers in the country, although James Bracey is up there as well. I mean, I think Ben Folkes and John Simpson are far and away the best. But Cox is good. Bracey's good. Bracey's improved a hell of a lot, I think, in the last sort of 2 years. I think his footwork's actually getting in positions where his gloves can take over, and I think he's getting better and better and better, and it's great to see.
That was a maiden to Adam Finch, and there's the sight across the ground here as Matthew Waite prepares to come on for the first time in this Gloucestershire chase. There's the target, you can see 422, 372 more, 96 overs in the day, no overs added despite the play lost earlier on in the game. So 14 overs gone, 82 more available.
Gloucestershire fan Matthew Lee just sticking his head around the corner and giving us a knowing nod of approval. He's pleased with what he's seen in the first hour. The Sage of Bedminster. Here's Waite. Lovely shot there. Joe Phillips off the back foot, crunches it through the covers.
Now they've tried to close off that area on the leg side to Phillips with that man in at short mid wicket, but that was too short and allowed him to open up the space on the offside again. Didn't really force it.
And again gets that one through. That's going to go away for 4 as well. That's a lovely shot. You bowl to him outside off stump. You give Joe Phillips any width off back or front foot, and he's very strong through that region.
Bunch of gloves with Ollie Price. So he's got a start again. He's got a start.
He's over 100 runs in the game
Yeah.
as well now.
Again here, Joe Phillips.
Well played. First time asked to open the batting. Defends that to mid-off. Only second first-class game. Asked to open the batting. And he's responded, hasn't he, with real maturity. Waite comes in past umpire Saggers. Phillips pulls, goes down to fine leg. He got out like that in the game against Glamorgan, trying to sort of move the score along. He pulled it onto his stumps. And was that an inside edge? No, he's just got late on it, just clothed it a little bit. But he's on to 26 now. Joe Phillips, Ollie Price. He's on 9. Price defends. Where's this game going today? Let us know. A draw, Worcestershire win, a momentous day in Gloucestershire's history. Could it be a tie? That's a nice shot. Doesn't get past mid-off. That's the end of the over. 59 for 1.
I'm just trying to... I've got to try and look this up actually, because I remember the impact that he was said to have made. I just want to make sure the numbers are right for people who've got a longer memory about Gloucestershire cricket, and just the fact that Joe Phillips has started really promisingly here. There's a guy in the 90s called Nick Traynor who certainly played at...
Trainor?
Correct.
Yeah. Remember the name?
Here is Finch. Bowling. Oh, it's gone high in the air. It's going to drop safe. No, it's not. Phillips is out. Catch taken by D'Oliveira. Went to pull it, got it high on the bat. It was just dropping into the offside. 3 men converging on it. Whether D'Oliveira called, I don't know. But he did get there, and the catch is pouched, and Phillips departs for 26. The trainer line I'll leave for another day.
Scored by Oliveira off the bowling of
Yeah, I think he can be proud of his performance in this game, though. 106 runs.
He's frustrated.
Yeah, he is.
He thinks he's had a chance of getting in and making a big contribution again there. And the second wicket goes down at 59 and brings Miles Hammond in at number 4. I do actually complete the Nick Trainer line because he did make a century very early, if not even on debut for Gloucestershire, but he never quite pushed on after that. There were, you know, a handful of 50s here and there, but ultimately he ended up being, you know, a good player at club level, but never quite capitalising on that ability that he seemed to have in when he first was seen. Now try and track when that 100 was, because my brain says it was on debut, but I might be wrong on that.
Philip's one of a number of good quality youngsters coming through the system here in Gloucestershire at the moment.
But I think we will be hearing
Tommy
a lot
Borman.
more about Joe Phillips.
Yeah, Tommy Borman, he's a good player apparently. Ahmed Syed.
I've catch it again as Hammond gets away with a 4 off the first ball. Finch is a bit 4 a wicket, isn't he, here?
He's glad to be off a pair, I think, Miles Hammond.
We saw this with Finch in the first innings. Perhaps he's the Worcestershire equivalent of Paul van Meekeren. Prone to be expensive, but also wickets in the locker as well. Hammond with Finch coming round the wicket, and lets that one go, and it's taken on. Good carry by Roderick. So both the Gloucestershire openers now back in the pavilion. Sun out again. It's been a curious morning for weather. We had 2 very brief showers before play. Caused the ground staff to hurriedly put the cover back on. Hammond again up to Finch, who's going through that sort of dummy throw.
There's a touch of the Andre Nels about Finch, isn't there? Do you remember his alter ego, Gunter? Do you remember? Nell used to have this bloke who went onto the pitch with him, he called Gunter. Absolutely off his rocker, wasn't he? Tell you who was off his rocker as a fast bowler was Ul Mortensen, the old Derbyshire guy. He was Danish, wasn't he?
Finch in. Pleasant shot from Hammond. That will be 4 more. Kashifali's on the pursuit of that from very square point, and that's raced away again up towards the boundary on the players' pavilion side of the ground for 4. Won't be running many 3s today, I don't think. Any boundaries already this morning? 14 boundaries in a total of 67. 71 now as that ticks up. Hammond steers out into the offside, but he won't get a run there. Kashifali's onto it quickly. It's obviously longer than a one-day chase, this, but it's got that sort of air about it. Even at this point, 67 for 2 after 16, so the run rate above 4. And it started needing to be 4.4, so Gloucestershire aren't very far behind. And I come back to that sort of mindset from the conversation briefly had with Chris Dent this morning, which kind of implied, you know, if you're going to chase it, well, don't get behind the clock. You know,
no,
just try and the easiest way to chase it is to chase it evenly.
Price lets that one go.
Yeah, they have got that short straight mid on back in for Ollie Price. They clearly think, having got him out with a fielder in that position in the first innings, they think it's possible to do that again, and I think that is Libby under that cap.
Price defends.
And even if it doesn't get him out, it stops an area of leaking runs, doesn't it?
Yeah. Trying to sort of get my chunterers sort of off their rocker 11. And Finch is in there. All Mortensen. Steve Kirby's in there. Martin Spate, the old Sussex and Durham wicketkeeper. He was mad as a March hare. He's defended. Phil Tufnell gets in there. And Lenny Pascoe. I'm looking for more in this side. Drop us a line. 2 commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We had any emails coming yet? Nothing. Nothing on retro kit. Keep us company. Let's know what's going on.
First hour's not been dull, has it?
No, certainly hasn't. Price lets that one go. Oh, Price is going to get 4 runs for that, but played it well actually, played it with soft hands. Just rode the bounce and the swing there. Runs away down to third, across the College Square. Once it goes across that, it's pretty hard to stop down that hill. 71 for 2. Price into double figures. Wait into Price. That's well fielded there. Pennington at mid-on.
Waits from the Jimmy Connors grunt school,
He is.
isn't he?
Monica Selish.
In terms of the delivery stride. One thing I do know about Nick Traynor is that he was part of a big stand in a one-day game for Gloucestershire against Scotland, 1997. He made 143 out of a stand of 311 for the first wicket with Tony Wright. Tony Wright ended up making rather more runs than Traynor did in his career.
Yeah, he started off in the Hertfordshire League. Tony Wright, I think he played at Stevenage Cricket Club.
Is there anybody who plays the game who did not start in the Hertfordshire League?
Ian Randall. He didn't start in the
Correct.
Hertfordshire League.
No.
Got a feeling, yes, am I right? Tony Wright was Stevenage.
Finch to start a new over and pushed out by Hammond into the offside. Hammond's got 8, having come in at the dismissal of Joe Phillips, who caught by Donovan off a little inadvertent lob into the offside, tried to pull a ball that was not quite the right length and got it on the top half of the bat. Thought it for a split second it might drop safe, but Donovan was onto it. Finch into Hammond. That's a nice shot. That's 4.
Wow.
Lovely shot away through wide extra cover and up to the longest part of the ground.
Yeah.
Dale Benkenstein walking past, just tapped the picket fence and said, "Good shot."
Yeah, you like that one, Dale. Little bit of applause there from Benke.
So 64 out of 95 runs in boundaries. 64 out of 75 in boundaries. So it is almost 4 or nothing for Gloucestershire here today.
But that's because Worcestershire have got attacking fields in place. They've got 3 slips in place. All right, they've got the man out deep square, and they've got a long leg. But they've got 2 on the boundary. But they've got a reasonably attacking field in place, and they need to have, if they want to take 10 wickets, they're going to. We saw Chris Dent perish at 3rd slip, so we've seen a lot of catches in the cordon in this match.
Finch into Hammond, who gets that outside of the outside half there.
I think Finch just letting him know that as well.
Second look at that.
He has his hands on his head a hell of a lot, Finch, doesn't he? I like him. He's my cup of tea.
'18th of a possible 96 overs. And Hammond steers that. That was almost off the bottom of the bat out to D'Oliveira. That backward point. If you have joined us since the start, Worcestershire declared overnight. Well, they declared at 20 to 11 this morning actually, but they declared on their overnight total 316 for 8, leaving Gloucestershire a day to make 422. There has been a 400 plus chase on this ground, but not as high as this total. Hammond works that to mid-on.
Apart from England, are we the only we're the only game taking place today, aren't we?
We are the only other game
or
taking place
in sort of
first
class cricket, or in the UK.
England 70 without loss in the 15th over, so they are ahead of Australia by 58.
We like that, don't we, Ian? We like that. There's the view. Few sort of wispy clouds. Not waspy, but wispy.
I think for Gloucestershire to be chasing this total, they probably wouldn't want to be any more than 2 down at lunch.
No, I was going to say that. I didn't want to put the mockers on it, but I was saying
that's probably
imperative that these two are here at lunch.
Because the run rate is fine at the moment.
Wait to Ollie Price. I was going to say actually that if Gloucestershire are to win this as well, I think these two need to put on 150 here. Take it down to 200 to win. If you're listening in at home as well and you think Ian Randall and I have lost the plot, which we have, but there's nothing unusual in that. But this ground is so high scoring that 400 in a day isn't out of the question. Driven firmly by Ollie Price.
Go back to that game where the 400 chase was achieved. It was a curious event. It was played in very, very hot conditions. There was an element of declaration bowling to set the finish up, but Kent chased 411 in 2013 to win here.
Ooh, full shot there from Price.
And they achieved it in 93.4 overs, so it was a very close finish. And the relevant point about the chase was the innings by Brendan Nash.
Again, played up to Leach.
He wasn't in at the end, but he made a huge contribution to it. Gloucestershire's bowling attack that day, interestingly, Will Gidman, James Fuller, Craig Miles, Tom Smith and Benny Howell.
Worcestershire just rearranging their field here. They've got the two very straight sort of mid-ons, quite short, where Ollie Price got caught in the first innings, and Ben Gibbon as well as... Is that Gibbon? No, it's not Gibbon.
Pennington.
Pennington has come into a short cover. Price just works that one into the gap that's now vacant. As Kashi Fally fumbles a little, but they don't take a second on his misfield. One more to Price.
Yeah, that Nash innings, 199 he made. Technically down on the card as retired hurt, but that was, from memory, heat exhaustion.
Wow. Where do you think Glos want to be at lunch in?
120.
Yeah. He's defended by Hammond. I think that's his first ball that he's faced to that. Yeah, I'd say 120, 130. There's 40 minutes left to lunch. Score's currently 76 for 2. Yeah, 120, 130, and then...
They want to be chasing...
Another sort of 120, 130
yeah,
in the afternoon
would leave
session.
them 180 after tea. I
in
think.
28.
In 180 in 32.
In 32.
With the run rate slightly above.
Yeah. Well, if they've got the wickets in hand, we could be on for a very entertaining day, couldn't we?
So Pennington again he's gone off the field now temporarily, and Pat Brown has come on. Kashivalli's not moving that easily actually out here. I don't know whether that was in that last bit of fielding he undertook. Anyway, here's Finch going in and bowling to Price, who defends. Yeah, Kashivalli's certainly not moving freely, you would say. I think it was when he made that last stop.
Yeah, I think he got caught in the ground a little bit.
May have twisted something as he went to ground. And the 20th over, so 76 for 2 off 19 is obviously exactly 4 and over, exactly where Gloucestershire would have wanted to be. Price hooks. It's gone high in the air. Joe Leach is underneath it. It's not the person you want to hook to, because Leach has taken the catch, and Ollie Price goes. The short ball from Finch has done the trick, and probably one of the safest pair of hands in the Worcestershire team. Roderick's got his hands in the air almost before Leach has gathered the ball. He's so confident, and Ollie Price has gone for 14.
Ollie Price gone for 14, caught by Leach up
Gloucestershire are 3 down.
Yeah, and now I wonder now if that puts paid to the chase.
So James Bracey walking out at number 5. Bracey and Jack Taylor are still aggressive batters, but there isn't necessarily amongst the remaining batsmen necessarily an anchor that you could try and build it round with other players taking the more forceful role.
Hammond will play shots, Bracey will play shots,
Jack Taylor will play shots,
and Tom Price will play shots. Tom Price played an anchor innings in the first innings though, so he might be the sensible man perhaps.
Well,
but that's a big blow to Gloucestershire hopes there. Ollie Price, the man in form.
So Finch has been expensive in this match, but a bit like Van Meekeren, there have been wickets in the final column of his analysis.
Skipper's knock needed now from James Bracey.
That will lift Worcestershire's morale again. Finch in, Bracey's away straight away. Little nudge off his legs. Down to Ben Gibbon in the glasses. So this Finch's 5th over. He's got 2 wickets. He's taking 2 for 20. I wonder, is there one more in this stint yet? Hammond works that into the leg side, fielded by D'Oliveira. So the 2 left-handers in. Would
That's
that
Cashy
encourage?
Fally, 'cause he's limping.
Would you? Oh, sorry, it is. With the 2 left-handers now being in, would that encourage you to bring Baker on?
Yeah, it depends how much rough there is outside that off stump. I mean, looking at our TV screens, it looks like a little. Leach has churned it up a little bit out there, but I mean, I think there's no doubt Baker will have a long bowl, but Worcestershire are doing all right as it is.
Finch in. Hammond, Bracey a bit jumpily defends, but you were remarking about the quote, the chirp. It's a bit louder now in the field.
The volume levels
Have gone up a bit.
Yeah.
Finch on this quite long run. Balls again, the short one again. It's because he's bowling around the wicket and with the slope as well. It's encouraging the ball to go down the leg side. Roderick to take it. Going to quite a long way to his right, actually. Not too far, as far as we initially thought. So 78 for 3. All the top 3 getting into double figures. 2 getting to 20, but Dent, Price and Phillips now all gone, and the middle order with a little bit of rebalancing to do. Worcestershire have got 35 minutes to get. If they got another one before lunch, they would be definitely in the box seat, not necessarily going on to win it, but in control of it.
Here's Wade to Hammond.
I mean, it still doesn't look to be a bad wicket to bat on, though. So, if Gloucestershire did decide that survival was the thing, it might be a bit early to do that, but survival still ought to be very possible.
Hammond plays that one into the ground. Libby fields. $100 for 5 at lunch is the key, is the call from, I think it's Roderick there.
What was Bracey's yesterday? 2 more at the break, or
4 down at the break.
Oh yeah, 4 down. So effectively 2 more. Add 2.
Left alone by Hammond.
That's what a bowling side would always suggest, isn't it? You know, the score. What does the score look like now? Okay.
Add 2.
Add 2. Then what does it look like? Who's got control in that situation?
Well, Worcestershire are in control of this one. They've had a good morning. Defended there. Hammond pushes it out to the offside.
I think
Libby does the fielding.
hunch would be that the boundaries might dry up a little bit.
I think
just,
so.
Just at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. It's about consolidation here.
This might be a phase up to lunch where these two know really got to be there when the players walk off at 1 o'clock.
Clipped away to the onside by Miles Hammond.
Pat Brown's boots are very white, aren't they? Are they just out of the box, do you think?
Gotta be. But he hasn't got a pair of Winnet Worcesters on.
Well, see, he doesn't play much white ball cricket, so
Defended there. By the man born here in Cheltenham, Miles Arthur Halhead Hammond.
Maiden over his weight, 4 overs for 14. So he's looked at a tidy acquisition for Worcestershire in this match. 250s with the bat. Did a good holding job, you might argue, with the ball in the first innings. 21 overs for 58, just the 1 wicket. Here's Finch into James Bracey, and certainly Worcestershire are pretty determined not to get behind on the over rate here. They're briskly into position, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. Pat Brown from Market Deeping Cricket Club in Lincolnshire. I thought he was a local Worcester lad, actually. He went to university there, but he's actually from Lincolnshire.
It's a bit like, naming famous Belgians, isn't it? Famous Lincolnshire cricketers. Finch in. Oh, it's gone low, wide of third slip, and all the way to the boundary for 4. I'm not utterly convinced James Bracey was in control of that. How wide was it? It was very low. Yeah, it wasn't a chance, but
Bracey needs a little bit of luck here, and he could be away. Market Deeping, I've stopped off there. I had fish and chips there once. It was very nice, very pleasant. I was coming back from a game of football at Boston United. It's all between Boston and Peterborough in the Fens.
Pennington limbering up again, perhaps for another burst before lunch. The view of Cleve Hill now very clear, no threatening cloud really around us at all now. And quite bright overhead light certainly has improved over the last 10 minutes or so. That's one of the things, if you're watching us on the stream, the pictures are always slightly better with you than they are in to the naked eye here at the ground. And Drake Utley is in charge of camera duty today. Pat Brown's going to move across to the leg side for Bracey. And Oliveira's just trying to plug that little clip into the leg side for the cheap boundary. Finch around the wicket, and Bracey defends back up the pitch. So really only Matthew Waite is in front of square on the offside here for Finch. Drawing around the wicket, trying not to give Bracey much of an angle to play through that gap. If he wants to, there are 3 slips waiting. Finch past umpire Chantry, and Bracey does defend, but Waite can come round to his right to field. No run.
Cricketers who's who here. James Bracey here. Said he's scared of ketchup. Why would you be scared of ketchup?
So we're talking brown sauce, red sauce, or no sauce at all?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he's a brown sauce man or he's scared of ketchup.
Kashifali's back on the field, so whatever that was, they've sorted him out. Pat Brown's heading off.
In his gleaming white boots, glistening in the sunshine.
Big half hour this, through to lunch.
Certainly is. Certainly is. Waite to Hammond.
Didn't get a start in the first innings. Miles Hammond. But has been in good enough form recently to believe that he can do what's necessary here, be it attack or defend. Gloucestershire probably still in the attack mindset.
Hammond plays that up to
But not really forcibly.
mid-off.
Let's see if I can check that
Dirty cloud coming over the ground again here.
chase with Leicestershire, which was in 2020, I think, at Bristol.
Shot from Hammond. Gower-esque. Look at this. Poetry in motion. Love watching Miles Hammond bat.
In fact, it was 2021, that chase at Bristol. Gloucestershire successfully.
Oh, Ben Stokes is coming in at 3 in the Test match. England 87 for 1. Sorry, Ian.
They chased 348 to win against the Leicestershire side, who were a bowler short. Ian Cobain and Tom Lace, the men who got them home. 4th wicket stand of 224.
Hammond pushes that to mid-off.
Fourth highest run chase in Gloucestershire's history, that was.
What's the highest?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Well, you can't put it out there, Ian. You can't tease me like that. You can't tease the public. Hammond lets that one alone.
I wasn't there, so it didn't happen. As
Was that
some,
before the county championship was formed in
Yeah.
1890?
I think that tends to be the approach of certain media outlets. We haven't got the rights, therefore it isn't happening.
Yeah.
But the key point there was Leicestershire were a bowler short. That I think was the key point in that. Because I remember at tea on that day, there did not appear to be a way that Gloucestershire were going to win. They appeared to be too far behind.
Hammond covers up off the front foot, defends, pushes it out to mid-off. Just under 25 minutes to lunch. Gloucestershire 86 for 3, Miles Hammond's on 17, James Bracey on 5. The men out this morning, Joe Phillips for 26, Chris Dent for 24,
And the inform Ollie Price for 14. Worcestershire on top here, but still got a lot of work to do this afternoon. They want to force a victory.
And here is Pennington coming back for another short stint up to lunch. .86 for 3, chasing 4.22. Pennington around the wicket, and that's let go by Bracey through to Roderick. Yes, might only be, wouldn't be any more than 4 overs this for Pennington up to lunch. Might be only 3 overs in fact. Worcestershire done pretty well on the over rate in this match. I think they are ahead at the moment. Pennington in and just let go again by Bracey. Mind you, there are still 3 days first team cricket left here at Cheltenham. The match in the National Counties Challenge series of games tomorrow against Wiltshire here starts at 11 o'clock, 50 overs per side, and then 2 games in the newly sponsored Metrobank One Day Cup, Derbyshire and Northants, Tuesday and Friday. Pennington in. Oh, and Bracey is hurried by that.
Duckett's the man out for England, by the way. Didn't really play it, did he?
How many did Duckett get?
I don't know.
Let's tell you.
41. 41. Zach Crawley is on.
England are 92 for 1, so the lead is 80.
Crawley's on 42, Ben Stokes on 4.
Bracey lets that go.
Will Ali bat? Where's your pocket money in, Randall? Is it on a Worcestershire win? Is it on a draw? Is it on a Gloucestershire win?
I think the Gloucestershire win remains the third in that list at the moment. Need to probably have a good hour of these 2 batsmen.
Yeah.
To feel as if the balance is shifting back a bit towards Gloucestershire, but at the moment Gloucestershire would, particularly if they got another wicket before lunch, they'd be thinking there's every chance of winning. Bracey again defends. So
yeah, I agree. I
Pennington back into the attack with a maiden.
I'm with you on that one, Ian. I think that definitely. I think these 2 consolidation is key here, and these 2 need to have a decent partnership. It's Kashif Ali who is putting the pads on there.
And
yeah, here we're going to see.
We're going to see some spin. I wonder.
The Baker's arrived.
Yes. Well, the Baker arrived with us this morning at about 9:15.
Do you have a Baker delivery? Do you have a bread delivery?
No, you haven't heard the punchline.
Go on.
Because Mr. Whiting brought iced buns.
I did. You're at the back. Got one specially for you, Ian, with a cherry on the top.
James Healy forgot there was such an offering.
I've scoffed mine.
Yeah, he's tucking in.
Yeah. They're for the team, James. They're for the team. Terry the Voice Blake. He needs one to keep him going through the day. Harry Clements.
Harry Clements is an athlete.
I think Harry Clements is the sort of guy who would just pick the cherry off the top of one of them when we weren't looking and leaves the bun just with the icing on. He's denying it. He's shaking his head.
He'll leave the cherry.
He'll leave the cherry.
He normally likes a new cherry as well.
Oh. Baker. Bracey has absolutely wellied that for 6. Sorry, Hammond has. Oh. Here we go.
It was a clean hit. So to come back to your view, Dan, earlier, if Baker is just going to float the ball up, then perhaps Hammond thinks he can attack it.
Yeah. Leach is halfway back now. Hammond drives that one. Leach isn't going to cut that one off. That's a pleasant shot. Take the spinner out here. And do you cut the head off the Hydra?
Well, if the break cannot be applied by Baker, then Worcestershire have got to go back to an all-seam situation.
Yeah.
Hammond to 27. He's got to not get too excited here, though.
No. Defends that. Don't need to do anything now. 10 off the over. Pot the next 4 back. Again, covers up, defends that one.
It doesn't look to be much uneven bounce out there, does there? Still.
No, I don't think there's any sort of break up in the wicket. It's not like a day 4 wicket. That's just 1 to the total.
Hammond using his feet there, so is Baker smart enough to see him coming and to give Gareth Broderick the opportunity of a stumping at some stage? Different tactics, I would suspect, from Bracey.
Sorry, I'm just ordering my lunch there. Just worked into the onside there by Bracey. 97 for 3. Quarter of an hour to lunch.
So 11 off that Baker over.
Yeah, I was just ordering my lunch there, Ian. I'm having a minute steak.
Not a minute steak.
Not a minute steak, a minute steak. No, it's bigger than a minute steak. It's very nice, actually. Medium rare.
What? Medium rare?
Yeah, yeah. Got to be rare to medium rare. How do you like your steak, Ian? Are you blue?
No, not a big steak eater.
Are you not a big steak
No,
eater?
no.
I had you down as a steak man because you're not a spicy food man.
Oh no.
I had you down as a sort of a.
Poultry and fish more, me.
I had you down as a Bernie Inn type of guy in the 80s. Prawn cocktail for starter. Fillet steak.
Painting around the wicket to Hammond, who...
Were you not a Bernie Inn man back in the 80s? No.
I wasn't old enough to go out by myself in the 80s.
It was always, you know, sort of... Society has moved on a lot since then, hasn't it? I mean, you know, it was sort of fashionable to go on a first date to a Bernie Inn for a steak back then, wasn't it? Times have moved on.
Pennington, very, very fine. Down to Long leg by Hammond. Rotates the strike.
Got a good Yorker, Pennington, and Finch has got a good Yorker as well.
So, entertainment at the Oval with Duckett and Crawley having gone briskly this morning. And
Is Crawley out?
no,
Oh,
I was going to say that Gloucestershire have also gone along, 98 for 3 with 15 minutes to lunch.
yeah.
It is the 3 that is the particularly relevant point here. Just got to get another pairing to try and build a big partnership. Pennington in his second spell. And Bracey again defends. It almost looks, and it's just to move across from the sport that will no doubt dominate so much of the media from next Saturday onwards.
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse, yeah. What some football coaches say is, if you look at a side, you sometimes have what they call one side open, one side closed in terms of their attacking intent. Bracey, that's a very
quick.
sharp one from Pennington.
That was quick.
Bracey literally jumping around in his crease. Did duck out of the way.
Now, is that not overhead height? I've seen similar ones called during this game, especially yesterday when Van Makeren was banging it in.
But Gloucestershire here, I think Bracey is the anchor of the two, and Hammond is the attacker out of this pair. Pennington
Not happy.
No, that's a bit of a grab of his hat from the umpire.
Yeah, and went to boot the ball as well. I don't know what's going off out there.
He's just feeling that he hasn't got the reward that he's due at the moment. 7 overs for 28 he's bowled. Baker's going to continue. Should just see with the time to lunch just clicking down. Whether Hammond will continue to attack.
You okay there? Are you being wasp attacked? It's Baker. That's cut away. Leach on the deep cover point boundary. I wonder when the last time he fielded down there was. Yeah, you okay there, Ian? You
Yeah, I think the insects are back.
Yeah, I think they are. We've gone from spiders to wasps to
small crawling animals.
Bracey just defends that into the offside.
Very small crawling
This
animals.
marquee is awash with mini beasts. Oh, they've appealed for that. Bracey's having nothing. Let's have another look at this. What's happened there? That's flicked up off Roderick's boot, I think. It's just gone straight through, I think. No one was really interested. There's the 100 up for Gloucestershire. Comes up in the 27th over. A warm round of applause here from this knowledgeable Cheltenham crowd. That's the thing about Cheltenham, is you get proper cricket people here, don't you? You know, you get... Hammond defends. You get you know, I know you get sort of the marquees of four, and you get people here on corporates and stuff like that. But what you get in the marquees, people who follow the talks down there are proper like cricket badgers. People who live and breathe the game. People who come here every day of the festival. That's swept nicely. It's going to be just the one actually. Finch is down there and cuts that one off. But yeah, people who are, you don't come to 11 days of a cricket festival unless you're absolutely bonkers about the game, do you? And that's what I love about Cheltenham is you get people who just want to talk cricket. You know, people who just haven't met you before but just want to talk the game. And I love people like that. They're my type of people.
I
do.
And if you bump into Dan Whiting, talking cricket for 20 minutes is not difficult.
No, but you know, that's
why people don't eat their lunch often, right? Because they bump into you and find
but you know,
the conversation starts and doesn't stop.
It's the essence of the English summer.
Pennington into Hammond, and Hammond just pushes that
Pennington's
back up the
not
pitch.
happy.
Got that on the end of his left hand too, I think. Yeah, that wringing his fingers as he goes back to his mark. Worcestershire believed they could get 4 wickets this morning. That was the chat in the field. They have 3. Pennington fields off his own bowling there. There's a firm shot from Hammond back up the pitch.
Look at the wind there with
going just a little bit into their shells.
Look at the wind there with the sail marquees down at the bottom end of the ground. That corner can get quite windy down there. And the breeze does get up.
So Pennington's probably got it coming over his right shoulder. Into Hammond, nicely played into the leg side. He'll get certainly 1. The chase for Finch. And also for Ben Gibbon, who's down there, and they'll come back for a couple. Yeah, still, I think, hard to tell where this game is going at the moment, in the sense that you couldn't predict really who was the more likely winner or the draw.
If you had one of those predictors on, you know, that certain channels have.
Slightly ahead with 3 wickets, but not appreciably so.
Do you think Worcestershire is ahead of the draw at the moment?
If so, not by a lot.
Okay, so what would you have, like Worcestershire, say 47, the draw.
I was going to say 45, 35, 20.
Gloucestershire 20%.
Something like that.
Oh, I'd say Gloucestershire 5 or 6%. Yeah, I think it's a big ask for Gloucestershire from here. You never know, though. You never know. Magic happens here at Cheltenham, doesn't it?
Still, these 2, plus Tom Price, plus Jack Taylor in particular.
Yeah.
I've run into him on the final day of matches before.
Yeah, Tom Price is capable of creating theatre as well.
Pennington in, Hammond into the onside. He'll just, and he should get 2 here. There's a chase round for Gibbon. He's got, as Dan said, he's got to run round the ball because he's a left-handed thrower. And that's another couple. So Pennington's bowled 3 overs in this spell. He might get 1 more actually if Worcestershire whistle through this over from Baker. They don't look to be in much of a hurry, to be fair. They've done pretty well on their over rates throughout this match, so it's not as if they are really pushing to need to get 2 overs in, but to get 2 would be appropriate, it feels, at this stage.
Bracey defends. The Gloucestershire batters I find the most difficult to differentiate. I think Hammond and Bracey for me, because they're similar in stature. Bracey defends. Playing for lunch here, do you think?
Oh, yeah, I would say certainly against Baker, Hammond, certainly against Baker, Bracey is. They probably should both be, actually, at this stage.
Oh, that's an inside edge. Goes past Kashi Valley at short leg. They were all interested there. Is that? Maybe that's not even come off the bat. Bracey defends, gets onto the back foot, but forward press, and then adjusts his weight.
In the words of Bill Shankly, we'll catch it and then decide whether we want to appeal or not. Or we'll then decide what else you might have done.
Shanks in the cricket?
No, but that's a paraphrase.
Let's just run down the corner there by Bracey.
I think his line was, if you put the ball in the back of the net and then we'll decide what else might happen.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, 6 for 3.
Only 1 ball to go in this over, so we will have another over after this. Question might be who would bowl it, whether they give Pennington 1 more.
Defended. Right, so Whiting's win predictor here. Ian Randall, I'm going to go 47% for the draw. I'm going to go 45% for Worcestershire.
And 8.
I'm going to go 7% for Gloucestershire with 1% on the tie.
All right. So it is going to be Pennington. And he wants... Looks a bit of change in... Not necessarily in the field, but who is fielding where, perhaps, on that leg side. Big discussion with Brett D'Oliveira going on.
Yeah, he's pointing down at Joe Leach. Down at fine leg. I don't know.
Well, Leach has taken an important catch this morning.
Oh, he wants a leg slip. That's what he wants. Libby's going into leg slip.
So, long chat.
He's actually going quite wide there. He's going into a leg gully more than a leg slip.
So that clip, or maybe even for the short ball and the top edge, and he's also putting Kashi Valley in at mid wicket. So there are only 2 men. In fact, it comes back to what we were saying with Bracey. He's only got 1 man in front of square on the offside, Pennington, for this last over before lunch. She's going over the wicket, and Pennington rather ruins it by a poor line, and Bracey just steps inside it and goes through to Roderick. So, on a boxing points card, Worcestershire slightly ahead at the moment. Not by much. 106 for 2, you'd say there was almost nothing in it. 106 for 3 gives them that fractional advantage, but it's not a meaningful one in terms of them being able to win the game as yet. Gloucestershire equally not significantly behind the run rate. Again, Bracey inside the line. So this is a kind of a free over for Pennington. He knows that if he wants to try something, Gloucestershire aren't really going to attack him at this stage. He's had the discussion with his skipper. He's got the field he wants. Can he now bowl the right line? Again, it's short. And Bracey's not interested. And I think Bracey may decide he's not going to play a shot at anything in this over. That will be perfectly possible unless he's absolutely got to. I think we can expect to see probably Leach again straight after lunch. That would be my guess. Pennington in the end to Bracey again. Again it's short. And Bracey ducks. So Worcestershire declaring on their overnight score 316 for 8, leaving Gloucestershire 422 to win in 96 overs. And so far they've lost Dent caught by Libby off Leach for 24, Phillips caught by D'Oliveira off Finch for 26, and Ollie Price caught by Leach off Finch for 14. Here is Pennington to Bracey. That was better line, but again Bracey able to defend that. And there is pending a no ball. There is 1 ball left in the morning session. Balling figures: Leach 7 overs 2 maidens 1 for 15. Finch 6 overs 1 maiden 2 for 26. Waite 5 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 18, and Baker 3 overs for 15 runs. Pennington no wicket for 32. This is probably the last ball of the morning, and again it's short, and again Bracey is not interested. So a bit of a waste of an over for me from Pennington. He probably didn't think that Bracey would be tempted, and indeed he wasn't. He finishes with a maiden, 9 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 32, and at 106 for 3. Still everything possible, Dan, at this stage.
Yeah, all possibilities are on the table here at the College Ground in Cheltenham. We'll be back for the afternoon session. Join us in about 40 minutes and go and grab yourself some lunch. Go and grab yourself some bacon and eggs on sourdough, as Chris Dent has just put in the Cricketers Who's Who. And we'll be back with you about just before 1:40.
Yeah, 316 more Gloucestershire need to win this game. 316 more in 66 overs.
Yep, we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session here at Cheltenham College as Gloucestershire resume on 106 for 3. They're going to have 30, well, tea's going to be fixed at 3:40. So we've got 2 hours in this session where we'll probably get 28 overs in, something like that, and then we're going to have a big final session. This is crucial, this session. That's how the game goes. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by my partner in crime, Ian Randall. Ian, good to have you on again.
We're not very good at, covering up our crimes, are we?
We're not. We're awful. We're awful. No, we're terrible. We're terrible. But don't you think it's a crucial afternoon session?
Yes. Consensus at lunch around the ground was that, given Gloucestershire have never chased 400 to win any game in their history, the win was almost out of the thinking of the spectators.
Yeah, I think so. It was. I think it might still be as well.
After lunch at the college lawn end, Joe Leach.
Joe Leach is going to take us away from the college lawn end.
I think to me still 240 for 4 at tea would still be a very even situation.
Yeah,
so that means no more than 1 wicket lost in the next 2 hours.
No, I agree. The next 3 coming in for Gloucestershire can all put bat to ball. Anyway, here's Joe Leach to Miles Hammond, who plays a bit of a waft there outside the off stump.
Yeah, every chance that Leach, unless Gloucestershire get after him, might bowl another 5 or 6 overs here, trying to go for another breakthrough. And if the wicket should transpire reasonably quickly, those thoughts of the win will go even further to the back of the Gloucestershire mind, I think.
Hammond defends. Been having a very nice chat with some Worcestershire fans over to our left. The Worcester Massive, the Worcester Ultra, the delightful Charlotte, the delightful Amanda, and the Secret Pair, who I believe comes from Northern Ireland, and talking about small counties and the players obviously that are about to depart New Road, and just talking about the struggles of how smaller counties are surviving. And obviously they've got Warwickshire on their doorstep, and I'd rather be a pair than a bear.
A couple of emails coming over lunch, which I'll get to at the end of the over.
Leach into Hammond, who defends that out to D'Oliveira.
I'll get to Mark's first, actually.
Yeah, go on, you go for
it. Mark the Pair says, thanks for the commentary, and indeed the photo of Tony Gregg, he said. My first decent bat was a Duncan Fernley 405, celebrating Graham Hick's record-breaking knock. It's still in my dad's shed, but he's a bit worm-riddled now.
Get it out, oil it up. The thing is, you look at the old bats there and you compare them to the modern bats, and there's more meat on a jockey's whip, Ian. Hammond defends that into the offside.
The other email is from Jacqueline Forsyth, and if you
Hello, Jacqueline.
Are aware of Jacqueline, her emails have tended to be long and thoughtful in the past, so it'll take some reading.
I'm still enjoying those rum bars that were sent through to Bristol. Thank you so much for those. That was earlier in the season.
That was on a wet day, as I recall. Was that during the Yorkshire match?
I'm still a little drunk from them, actually. They were very strong. Oh, Hammond flashes outside the off stump.
So Jacqueline says, I'm one of the faithful few preferring to watch the stream today from Cheltenham rather than the Test match. It only goes to show that county cricket is so much more entertaining than the overhyped Test series.
Ooh. Yeah. We're watching both, Jacqueline, actually. I've got
I've got it on the screen here in front of me, or to the side of me. Pulled by Hammond. Kashif Ali doing the fielding. Still moving. Not great, but he's better than he was this morning. Without doubt. That completes the first over after lunch, 107 for 3.
So Jacqueline goes on. This, of course, has been a deeply disappointing season for Gloucestershire, but they remain close to my heart, and I'm really looking forward, in Dan Whiting language, to the one day game where they've always been more successful in the past. They will be there at Bristol in the pavilion for the Somerset and Durham matches with confidence. I believe the One Day Cup has a new sponsor. I think I know who it is, but will you be able to name them? Metro Bank,
Yeah.
I believe, is the new sponsors.
Yeah.
Jacqueline goes on. It was lovely to see Courtney Walsh at Cheltenham. I recall some years ago at Bristol seeing Courtney leave the playing field at lunchtime and crossing the members' enclosure. He was approached by a small girl of 8 or 9 holding out a small cricket bat for him to sign. He smiled and asked her in that wonderful voice of his, "Are you a member?" A perfect example of his kindness and humour. I really miss Courtney. He brings out the cougar in me, as she put it.
Ooh, Jacqueline.
Matthew Waite is going to open the bowling from the chapel end after lunch, and that's edged by Bracey through the slip cord and all the way along the floor for 4
Hammond.
by Hammond. I do a disservice.
I get them mixed up. They're the two most similar in stature, both left-handed. They also both prefer just the shirt as well. Bracey's got an arm guard on. That's the difference.
She says, best wishes to you both and to the team for the rest of the season. Kind regards. Jacqueline, thank you for that.
Lovely lady.
You know, you're a big supporter of the club, and I hope your words throughout this, what is now sunny afternoon here at Cheltenham. So Hammond on to 40.
Are we back in the pavilion when we go back to Bristol?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So the remaining, here we are. We're still in July, and as things stand, there are only 6 days first team cricket left at Bristol this summer.
7 if you include the T20 v New Zealand.
Yes. Wait, in Hammond works that to deep square, fielded by Ben Gibbon out there. Liable to be quite a quiet start after lunch, you would think. These two got to reset themselves after the break.
Yeah, very knowledgeable, these Worcestershire fans. Come down the M5, half an hour on the train, enjoying it here. And said as soon as the fixtures came out, they were going to have a bit of this. I think their words were.
Wait, staying over the wickets are both these left-handers. Bracey on strike, and again that is defended out on the offside. Did they feel that Worcestershire fans feel they were slightly ahead of the game?
No, they think the draw is the favourite. Yeah, but I mean they're obviously pleased with their morning's work, but they still feel the draw's the favourite.
I wonder how close she can take it. Bracey tries without really timing it, and that goes straight to mid-off. Finch is the field there. It was quite fun with him bowling this morning. He got 2 wickets. There was a little bit of sort of fast bowler temper, if I can call it that.
Zach Crawley's gone. 140 for 2. 73 he got.
Bracey on 7. Pulls that to deep square, and that's a good stop from Ben Gibbon.
Wow.
Say 3 runs with that.
What a throw as well.
Finch heads off into the outfield at deep long leg, and Joe Leach will continue the attack from the college lawn end.
We've got a great photo this morning. I think it's Pennington's bouncer at James Bracey, taken by our photographer Robbie, who's, I think, a really good photographer. He captures the moment really well. There we go, look at that. What a picture that is. Superb. So, Bracey is about to face Joe Leach after lunch. Just defends that out to Kashi Valley at mid-wicket.
I don't think Bracey would, I haven't asked him this question, but I don't think he would say that that 60 not out he got against Glamorgan was the most fluent innings. But I think given his runs over this season, it was probably an important knock for him.
Yeah. I think James Bracey's got too much class to be down in the dumps for long though. He will come good, trust me.
But if you are out of form, you've just got to play. You've got to find some time in the middle, haven't you?
Yeah.
However scratchy it might be for a while.
Yep, certainly have. Leach. In, Bracey leaves that alone.
8 off 40 balls is...
Look at that picture there Robbie took this morning as the players were warming up. That was that dark cloud we spoke about around the ground, and that looks like Armageddon is on the way, doesn't it? Leach. Bracey again defends, no run. What a fantastic photo that is, really is great. If you want to capture the essence of Cheltenham, there you go. Look, that's from the pavilion here, upstairs. Bracey defends. Go back to that picture there. You've spoken about the Rossoneri marquee. It's on your far left there, the AC Milan of marquees there over the last few days. That's what we're on about.
But where that is framed at the top is actually the surface of the balcony barrier. So that's sort of at waist height, if you like. Robbie's got down almost on his haunches to take that through the way the balcony is carved.
Superb work. Bracey pushes that one out to mid-off. That's going to complete a maiden for Joe Leach. 113 for 3.
Got baby delivery.
Cameron Hasty is here with his newborn baby in a Gloucestershire shirt.
Actually, no, it's 7 today. Coming in at 7.
He's coming in at 7 apparently. He hasn't got his pads on. Has he just got his thigh pad on and not his pads?
Pad's ready to go.
Yeah, yeah,
Bit of protection, I think. In the,
yeah.
in the nappy as well.
It's baby Lennox, who's 8 weeks old now, 10 weeks old,
8.5.
8.5 weeks old. Yeah.
First cricket match, man. First cricket match. Loves the county champ. Hates the 100. Hates the 100. Strike rate 30 is what he lives for. So yeah.
Here's Waite in from the chapel end to Hammond. Just plays that quietly out to Jake Libby.
He wouldn't be the first Gloucestershire fan I've seen asleep here, basking in the sunshine this week.
danger is though if you take that stance in the Sanford Road stand when the sun is out, you end up looking like a beetroot.
You do? You do? Yeah. I mean, we picked up colour even under the marquee, haven't we? I don't know how we've done that, but
Roderick's decided that the cap is history, and he's gone for the headgear to stand up behind the stumps now to Matthew Waite. Just trying to pin Hammond in. Has been using his feet. Waite in, and Roderick takes cleanly just outside the off stump. 4-2-2, remember, is the notional target here for Gloucestershire. The second target will be to bat through the day and save the match. Worcestershire have got 3 of the 10 wickets they want. Hammond firmly up to mid-on, fielded by Finch. Different sort of field for Waite, a little bit more defensive.
talking to these Worcestershire fans at lunchtime, they've still got that sort of fear Tom Price has put into them from that game earlier in the season. It's amazing. It's amazing what sort of one good performance can do, can't it, against the county?
Well, that's why they may be fearful of Jack Taylor still to come in. Steered away by Hammond into the offside. No run. Remember the stat for Jack Taylor. He's made 7 centuries in first class cricket. 4 of them have been against Worcestershire, and he's made 3 on this ground. 1 against Worcestershire, 1 against Derbyshire, 1 against Northants. So he likes playing here, and I'm sure he'll have a big part to play in the One Day Cup, which starts for Gloucestershire on Tuesday. Full coverage, of course, on the stream of all the games in that competition, the 4 home games with us, and the away games through our colleagues at the other venues, including New Road. Coverage from there on Thursday the 10th. Forced away, but straight to Libby by Miles Hammond. So maiden for Matthew Waite, 0 for 24 from 7. And I think Worcestershire are going to have to rotate their bowlers round here, because they are hunting these extra 7 wickets. And Brett Dorner mustn't let the game drift if he thinks that they are gettable. They've still got also the backup, if you like, of a second new ball due with 16 overs left on the day. Having said that, if we were 3 wickets down at that point, I think they'd be shaking hands. I think Gloucestershire would need to be 6 down for Worcestershire to think they have got a chance at that stage.
Leach just turned around the corner there by Bracey. He's going to get 2.
So Gloucestershire were 76 for 3 when Ollie Price was out. So 39 these two have added.
Leach, Bracey leaves that one alone, thumps into the gloves of Roderick.
Have you looked at the forecast for next week, Dan? What Tuesday
No, I
and
haven't.
Friday will be like?
No, I haven't. Actually.
One of the security staff on the way in, and this is 72 hours out.
is Leach.
Said that there was. She said there was the threat of half a day's rain on Tuesday. So I'm just going to have a look at one of the sites which you can go to if you're looking at what Tuesday's weather might look like. I mean, it has been very changeable lately. Yes, the threat
Defended by Bracey.
threat of rain mid-afternoon.
On Tuesday.
Yeah. And quite a high percentage of rain as well, so not
Rain
not
schmain.
ideal. I think, if you have a one-day game where you want the rain in the morning so that you think it's clearing up and you've got a chance of a short completed game in the afternoon. What you don't want is the rain in the morning such that it has the
Ian Randall will be
impact.
bringing his Duckworth Lewis sheet with him. Defended again by Bracey. Slow going after lunch here for Gloucestershire.
Only 9 added so far, but importantly,
No wickets.
the same pair still together. There are no liberties to be taken with Joe Leach, are there?
Absolutely none.
That's the thing,
Absolutely not.
and that's what both these two know.
Just the cry of Joey, Joey coming out.
And Leach has bowled 10 overs for 18. That tells you everything that you need to know about his performance with the ball in this match. He hasn't got any runs in the game, but he's just
And he's running, isn't he?
utterly reliable.
He's not taking it easy, has he? He's a workhorse,
utterly reliable.
a Shire horse, isn't he?
Yes, he is a shy horse. It's an interesting table on social media today. Here's weight. Yeah, that's cut away by Hammond in front of square, straight to Kashi Valley on the boundary at deep cover. One correspondent on social media has done the table of players lost to the 100 by team. Gloucestershire are in Group B, and there are some fairly big numbers amongst some of the other sides. Gloucestershire,
Read us out the table, Ian.
Gloucestershire, of course, only lose 2 players, as we know. Wait. And that was a push at that by Bracey. Worcestershire certainly on the chat at higher volume after lunch. Bracey did play firmly at that. So Gloucestershire only lose Miles Hammond and David Payne. So the other teams in the group, I'll do these in alphabetical order. Forced by Bracey off the back foot, straight to Kashi Valley. So Gloucestershire lose 2, Derbyshire lose 4, Durham lose 7.
Wow.
Glamorgan lose 2. Northants lose 2. Somerset lose 8. Sussex lose 3. And Warwickshire lose 9. I'll come to the Worcestershire ones in a minute.
Lovely shot.
From Bracey. Pick the gap on the offside. There's a long chase for Finch. They might need to run all 4, but in fact the ball will beat the fielder to the rope. The Worcestershire 3, Adam Hose, who goes to the Northern Superchargers, Josh Tongue to the Manchester Originals, and Mitchell Stanley, who is somebody Worcestershire fans have barely seen this season. I think he's only bowled 1 over in the first team, and he's also going to the Manchester Originals. So some clubs much more heavily affected than others, and in fact Surrey, who are in the other group, lose 12 players, and Hampshire lose 10. So it really is a kind of almost a second 11 for those teams. Wait, in once more, clipped up to mid-on, and Pennington does the fielding. It's a better shot from Bracey, that drive through extra cover. You can see where the rate now is that is required. It's up over 5. But Gloucestershire have got to keep wickets in hand if they're to have any sort of a dart at it later on. Wait. And again to Brace. You can certainly get another one here. That's gone past the dive of Jake Libby, and that's all there will be, just the single. Kashi Valley is sweeping on the cover boundary. So Waite's bowled 8 overs for 31. That will tick round on the board. And Hammond 42, Bracey 15. Not really into his stride yet, but at least he's still there. And Gloucestershire this morning lost the wickets of both openers and Ollie Price. 2 to Finch and 1 to Leach, who I still think poses the greatest threat.
He does, but...
And he can't bowl all day.
He can't bowl all day.
You might think he can, but he can't.
Well, he probably thinks he can as well. What a pro, eh? Got a lot of time for Joe Leach. Here he comes. Hammond cuts him. Only to Gibbon at point.
I know he wouldn't be anywhere near the top of the Worcestershire wicket takers in their history at 500, which is, you know, where he's heading.
But the game, you know, it's moved on, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if you take 50 wickets in a season now, you've had a fantastic season. Long gone are the days of Titch Freeman taking 300 in a year.
3,000, you mean? 300 in a year.
300 in a year, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think Titch Freeman, I think he did take something like 3,000 though in his career. I think he took in a 10-year spell, I think, up until the late 20s. Because I think he took 200 in other spells as well. He's a leg spinner, wasn't he, at Kent?
AP Titch Freeman.
Yeah. Career wickets?
I'll tell you in a sec.
Oh, I thought Bracey had nicked that one from Leach.
I think he did, but it didn't carry.
Did it? Yeah. Let's have a look here. What's happened here? Yes, he hasn't nicked it.
Short.
Short first slip. James Healy showing his forehand and backhand with the Wasps.
He took a large number of wickets.
Big oohs and ahs there as Bracey plays a forward defence.
3,776 at less than 19.
That's
apiece.
reasonable. And what was that season where he took 300? 1928? 29? Something like that?
I'll tell you that in a sec.
Bracey opens the face, plays that out to point.
So he had a long career. Right, that is a very, very detailed list. I'm going to go back to a different screen because must be an easy way for that to be displayed.
Bracey defends. That completes the over.
He's the only man to take 300 wickets in an English domestic summer.
Yeah.
1928.
There we go.
Maiden over to Joe Leach.
But I think he took 200 on more than one occasion. On top of that, this wind is getting up. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the marquee.
He took over 55% of Kent's wickets between 1930 and 1933.
Wow. Wow.
Including a 17, a 16 and 4 15s
In a match.
in matches. Two more here to Miles Hammond. Yeah, he was, suffice to say, he wasn't really in the team for his batting.
What do you average with the bat?
It was about 9, I think.
Drop him. Get rid of him.
123 for 3. Wait with Roderick standing up. To Hammond. That's a good stop from Libby. There's a big gap at mid-wicket on the leg side for Hammond here. If Worcestershire are trying to entice him.
The other area is down here in front of us. If Hammond can open the face and run it backward of square on the offside, you've got Cashy Valley down here, but I think it might beat him if he hits it well enough.
Long chat now between Waite and D'Oliveira about the field on the offside. They're clearly conscious that these two just digging in a little bit and beginning to make some progress. 76 for 3 when Ollie Price was out. No joy for Worcestershire since then, and Libby said last night they were well aware that it might be a long, slow job to try and take these 10 wickets. They weren't going to get them in a hurry. They would need to be patient.
No, and it wouldn't surprise me also if a clatter come in the final session with Gloucestershire chasing the game as well. I think maybe the carrot might need to be dangled here to bowl Gloucestershire out.
So D'Oliveira has gone into the offside as an extra man at a very square cover. Libby's gone a bit straighter, and you've still got Finch at mid-off. So Finch he's quite deep and straight there. Libby's almost in a short, straight extra cover, and D'Oliveira at a more orthodox cover. Waite in, and Hammond again defends. Usual applause after every ball from those in the field. Pennington just puts his arm around Waite's shoulder, maybe with a bit of encouragement or advice. I suspect probably more encouragement. Waite barrelling in and worked into the leg side by Hammond. He'll just pick up one. Pennington has a right-handed throw out again to come around the ball for the return. 124 for 3. Standworth 48. Yes, they've only gone along at about 2.5 and over, these two, but they were certainly had to steady things when Price was out. Waite staying over the wicket. Hasn't tried anything from around the wicket as such. Forced off the back foot, but as Dan said, there is a fielder, Kashi Valley, out on the boundary in front of the members' stand. So just be 1 run. Waite 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 34. In a strange way, although the runs may come more quickly when he's bowling, Finch, in a curious sense, because of maybe his unpredictability, maybe just as much of a threat in this afternoon session. Somebody's gone off. Pat Brown's back on the field.
Yeah, we saw that with Van Makeren. Yeah, so who's gone off here?
It isn't Ben Gibbon. I think Gibbon is still out there.
Yeah, he's been on. Gibbon's been on all day for
Azhar Ali.
Azhar Ali. That's edged. It's going to go away for 4 runs to Bracey. No, it's not. It's slowed up in that corner. It's going to be a Cheltenham 3, Ian.
Not having all that many of those.
We've got the Guildford 4, we've got the Birmingham 6, and that's a Cheltenham 3.
50 partnership.
Yeah, we'll batted those 2.
I don't think Leach feels as much justice in life at the moment because he's had a couple of edges go low, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not through the cordon, but past the cordon.
Clouds look as if they're just building up. I hope not, because this is set beautifully here. The clouds look as if they're building up over the college over there.
He's skirting round us.
Hope so.
They look
I
at
doubt your local knowledge, Ian.
Yeah, they'll look at all the churches in this area and say, yeah, they're good people in Cheltenham.
One there to Bracey.
That is the good people of Cheltenham.
Moves them on to 20.
Brackets and the guests from North London.
Well, you know, people have made me feel very welcome here in Cheltenham. I've had a lovely few days. I've got 3 more to go. Wiltshire tomorrow. Derbyshire and Northamptonshire in the Metro Bank 50 over competition later this week. Yeah, everyone's very nice to me here. That's a nice shot there from Bracey. People aren't normally very nice to me.
When are they not?
No, people honestly, everyone's so lovely to me at Gloucestershire. Really feel very, very lucky to work for the club.
England won 65 for 2 in the Test match. Lead 153.
Oh, that's gone. Bracey's nicked him. Leach strikes again. Roderick.
Yeah, had to play at that really.
Yeah, it was a good ball.
Just the didn't really move very far, but just the angle of it forced him to play at it.
It's a good catch actually. Had to go across quite a long way.
And that 40 minutes after lunch just keeps Worcestershire slightly in the ascendancy.
Certainly does. Here's the man, Tom Price. How Gloucestershire fans would love him to repeat his heroics of New Road earlier in the season.
Tom Price, sponsored by
A 90 ball 100 there.
This target 422. I mean, I know we were talking about it last night. Were there 300? So interesting. If the target was 380 now, as we were muttering it, we thought that Worcestershire should have had a bowl last night. Just assume the target. Gloucestershire scored 5 runs last night in 4 overs. What would you feel about 380 now compared to 420?
I'd say that it probably doesn't change things too much.
Right. So do you still think now it is about nothing more than survival? Do you think
No, I think they'll go for it. I think they'll still play shots. And I think whilst they've got Zaffa, Jack Taylor and Tom Price, I think they'll still play shots. And Miles Hammond. Price defends. But I think then they'll shut up shop.
I think in recent years the 2018 festival I think is the most telling one in terms of chases. So in 2018 Durham was set 340 and got 299 and lost. And in the other match Gloucestershire was set 276 and lost by 28. So you know, we have had a big chase here, we have had a 400 chase here, but that has been the exception.
Played to mid on there by Price. That's an excellent over there from Joe Leach. Look at those figures, 2 for 22 off 12. What a good solid county pro.
I've got a question for Harry here. I don't know whether you can tell how many boundaries Leach has conceded in his 12 overs.
In his career.
Well, in this match would be an interesting one actually. I think I can probably do this innings via one other site. So in this innings only 2 boundaries in 4 overs, and in this match only 8. Which on a small ground it just says everything about his performance.
Let's hope he's more generous when he goes down the pub with his mates.
Pennington preparing the bowl at Chapel End.
So here is perhaps the predictable change with a new batsman in. Yeah, Leach 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. In the old Gillette Cup, which was 60 overs, if your figures were 12, 4, 22, 2, you'd had a really good day.
What's the hold up here? Hammond's looking.
Pennington back into the attack then from the Chapel End. Round the wicket and pleasantly played by Bracey, but out to Kashi Valley, who's patrolling a big area on that cover boundary. He's taken the single, and Worcestershire have the chance to bowl at the new batsman.
This Marquis is in danger of taking off here. I'm a little bit worried.
Wind is picking up. Price.
Wind is picking up.
Lets that go outside the off stump.
The wind is picking up, isn't it?
It is, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Is this Marquee way down? Yes, it is.
I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
We're plugged into the electrics here.
As long as our brains are plugged in, Dan, that's probably all
Well,
we need to worry about.
mine went years back here.
Pennington over the wicket to Price. Second one he's let go. So 106 for 3 at lunch from 30 overs. Gloucestershire have therefore added 24 for the loss of James Bracey, caught behind off Leach. Batted for an hour and 20 minutes for those 19 runs. Pennington got a long stride. Bowls to Smith, Price, who is out. Caught, and Pennington has his breakthrough. Hadn't really settled, and a very comfortable catch for Roderick. And now Worcestershire definitely in the ascendancy.
Yeah, certainly are. And I think that means there are only two outcomes left in this game. With the draw, the least favourite of those. Jack Taylor needs a Jack Taylor innings here.
Well, a Jack Taylor innings would generally be a counter-attack.
It would be.
Coming batter, squad number 7, Jack Taylor, sponsored by Arthur David. Correction, squad number 10.
So Jack Taylor in at number 7. So behind him, Zafar Gahar, Zaman Akhtar, Paul Van Rieken, and of course Matt Taylor, who will bat, but is far from 100%.
Yeah, I think if Gloucestershire won 170 for 9 with 30 overs, do you think he'll bat?
Unlikely. I think if it's a tight call, then he probably would.
Yeah.
So Pennington fired up by the wicket, comes in and bowls to Jack Taylor, who defends up to mid-off. Finch threw the ball, Leach threw the ball in then, and didn't see, I think, where Jack Taylor was. Roderick did very well to stop its trajectory, and he could have hit him.
Could have hit him on the head. That would be 5 penalty runs now, I believe, if you deliberately throw the ball at the batsman.
Leach very apologetic.
Yeah, Leach isn't that sort of bloke.
Pennington into Taylor, who again defends up to mid-off. So the chirp from the Worcestershire side will accentuate. 130 for 5, chasing in inverted commas 4-2-2. I think the chase is probably out of the equation.
Yeah. I think the only chase we'll see this afternoon is watching Bradley Walsh on the TV.
Right, a lot depends on this pair. So interestingly, Roderick now standing up to Leach.
Is Leach around the wicket. Hammond just plays him into the onside.
Will he revert to what I would call normal situation of standing back to Taylor? And the answer to that, I think, is yes. So that's a specific tactic to Hammond to keep him in his crease.
Leach over the wicket to Jack Taylor. Leaves that one alone.
So if Taylor is going to adopt the "I'm not going to play at it" approach, then Leach has just got to find one that either holds its line or just comes back in enough to cause Taylor some anxiety.
Leach, Taylor gets on the front foot, pushes that one, he's off the mark and off the pair. Hammond, oh, there's a run out possibly here. Oh, Hammond went to go, Taylor had his back to him. The ball came in. Let's have a look here. We haven't got it. Hammond was scrambling. Oh, it's all going off here. Last thing Gloucestershire need there is to run out Miles Hammond. Be one of those calamity cops moments, and Taylor and Hammond,
I mean, he was
have a little fist pump
halfway down the pitch, having to turn. The throw goes to the the keeper's end, he's out by 3 yards.
Yeah, luckily he's quick, Miles Hammond.
The throw goes to the bowler's end, and then Leach has to relay it, and that extra split second is.
He's hurt himself here, I think.
As in terms of scrambling back,
he's hurt himself here.
the left shoulder is the issue, I think.
Yeah, the physio's coming on. Actually, it's nice just a change of gloves.
No,
Dominic Goodman. Is it Dominic Goodman?
No,
it's Ed Middleton.
Ed Middleton, yeah. Hammond did feel his left shoulder there, though.
He did, yeah.
That would have been self-destruct.
Certainly would. Certainly would. Hammond defends.
Roderick back up behind the stumps again. If you'd like to give us your win predictor at home, see what you think. Our email, James, will drop up on the screen at the end of the over. Tactically, how would you be approaching this now?
Hammond, push drive. Can he pick out Livy? Extra cover.
Would you be thinking at 5 down with 55 overs still to go? That's too far out to be going into defensive mode.
No.
290 in 55 overs. Crowd rate up above 5.
That's carved backward of square. Can he pick out D'Oliveira? End of the over, 132 for 5. Miles Hammond on 48. Jack Taylor on 1. Joe Leach 2 for 24. There's our email address. Drop us a line, commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
If you've got any questions about Gloucestershire matters cricket-wise, we're told the club are signing overseas players for the One-Day Cup. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on the chances in the 50-over tournament? More to the point. Here's Pennington to Jack Taylor, who goes for the ramp shot. He's got that over the cordon. There's nobody down at third man, and that will go away for 4. It was short.
Yeah, intelligent cricket.
Taylor saw that as a safe shot to play, and he was right to do so. Now, will D'Oliveira, I wonder, put a third man in? The answer to that is no, not at the moment. He's still got a lot of runs in the bank.
Is that Ben Cox walking around the boundary there? Is that the youngster, Harry, is it, what's his name?
136 for 5. Sun's out again now. Jack Taylor again lets that go outside the off stump. Made an extraordinary 156 here against Northants in probably one of the craziest days of cricket I can remember. A county game over in 2 days, with Northants bowled out in a session after tea on day 2.
Were you on a match rate or a day rate there, Ian? I'm sure you'll remember.
I think I was on a run rate. Here is Taylor out into the offside. That was an extraordinary day. Moreover, I had to write the web report for the club website at the end of it. Where do you start?
He whacked it, he whacked it. He got out, he whacked it.
It was a day of phenomenal pace. Pennington into Taylor, who defends. '15 that was. I'll read you the top line of the report. 136 for 5. Taylor defends, back to Pennington. The top line was, among Cheltenham's 273 previous first-class matches, not many will have had a day like this. Nearly 500 runs, 17 wickets, and a career best score by a man batting at number 8, all topped off by a 9-wicket win. Batting at number 8, by the way.
Yeah.
Note.
What year was that?
2015.
So, what was that? When he was bowling his off-spinners back then?
He would have been. I'll get the card for that day if I can, in due course. Pennington into Taylor, right off the bottom of the bat up to mid-off. Tumbling stop from Joe Leach. 136 for 5, 2 wickets since lunch for Worcestershire. Gloucestershire were 3 down at the interval, and since then the wickets of James Bracey caught by Roderick off Leach for 19, and Tom Price caught by Roderick off Pennington without scoring. Hammond 48 and Jack Taylor 5 have quite a bit to do.
Yeah. Quite a bit to do just to save the game. I think there are thoughts of actually sort of chasing this down, or have they disappeared out the window completely in?
I think they would. They'd be distant, I think, at this stage. You've got to have a very good hour between now and tea.
Leach looking to grind Gloucestershire in the dirt like the school bully.
Yes, that card, Northants 246 and 160, Gloucestershire 372 and 38 for 1. And that Northants second innings did not last very long.
That's off the edge there from
37 overs and 1 ball to be precise.
Hammond for a single.
Miles 5 for 28. I think actually the extra half hour was claimed to actually finish the match, but the Northants,
much to your day rate chagrin, Ian.
took a bit of tap.
Much to your day rate chagrin. You're praying for them not to claim that extra half an hour. Come back 15 minutes in the morning and pick up a full day's money. I know your tricks, Randall. Leach, that's a lovely shot. Jack Taylor. Libby's in pursuit. Is he going to haul it in? No, the ball just beats him to the boundary.
Last word on that Taylor knock. 156 off 125 balls, 14 fours and 5 sixes. That's the sort of thing that would change this game.
That's the sort of innings that Gloucestershire are probably praying for right now, aren't they?
That would help them certainly wrestle the initiative back. Baker has come out to short extra.
Here's Leach coming up past Saggers. Paul, Jack Taylor misses out. Ball goes through to Gareth Roderick. Wind just getting up here. The sail flags and the marquee down at the bottom fluttering. Now they're bringing in Matthew Waite into... He's not a leg slip there, he's more like a leg gully, isn't he? Or he's floating in between a leg slip and a leg gully. He's quite wide.
Still got a shortish extra cover.
Taylor bunts that one down the ground.
And a short mid-wicket.
Can only find Pennington.
For Leach, haven't they? So that one that perhaps comes off the outside half of the bat, not quite timed.
Jack Taylor whacks that one back straight, demolishes the stumps at the non-striker's end. I think Jack Taylor might be in the mood here.
Well, he wasn't all that happy with his decision in the first innings. Leach has bowled 7 overs in this spell, and he's taken 1 for 14. His spell this morning was 7 overs, so he's bowled unchanged since lunch. And I wonder whether there might be the return of Baker, perhaps? Or would you keep going with the seamers at the minute? I mean, Finch is presumably reasonably fresh. He hasn't bowled since lunch. He's only bowled 6 overs. But you don't want to loosen the grip that Worcestershire have just at the moment. Here is Hammond, who's going to get to his 50 with a pleasant shot out through the offside. They'll come back for a couple, and another half century for Miles Hammond. He takes his tally to 8 for the season. 6 fours, 1 6, and just over 2 hours at the crease.
Yeah, he's played some delightful shots during that 50. Some sparkling cover drives.
Needs to get some help from somebody at the other end.
Certainly does. And 20s, he's chasing down a big total. 20s aren't good enough, are they? 2 people have to get in and go big. Go and get the daddy hundreds.
Taylor has the potential. Pennington trying to split this pair though. He's done well in this spell, Pennington. Taken a wicket, caused a few jumpy moments. But that card, the highest score other than Hammond's is 26.
Yeah.
As things stand. Just moving his marker across because he's going to go back over the wicket to the right-hander. He's seen Taylor play that ramp shot once. Will he try and test him again with the short ball? 144 for 5. No, that's just back of a length, and Taylor can play that from the crease back up to the bowler.
Let's have a look upstairs here. It's the cry from Waite. Let him have a couple.
So what does he mean by that? Let's have a look upstairs.
I think it'll need some chin music.
Right. Okay.
I think it might be around Taylor's whiskers.
Let's see, there is no third man. Ben Gibbon is at backward point, quite deep. And that's again better length from, or a more orthodox length from Pennington, and Gibbon does come and field in the sunglasses. 144 for 5. The target notionally 422. You can see the run rate up above 5.3, so Gloucestershire would have to, if they were still interested in chasing this, they would have to surely be around about 220 at tea, give themselves 200 after tea. Pennington in, Taylor really with not much foot movement. Drives that up to
Waits proper
Finch.
Yorkshire, isn't he? That's champion Dill.
That's shorthand for,
Well bowled, Dylan.
yes,
Mr. Pennington, I like your line and length there, sir.
yes. So Cassie Valley's dropping out here to deep square leg. Could again be the double bluff. This is Pennington's 12th over. And Taylor not apparently in too much hurry playing him either.
No.
44 overs gone, 52 overs to go, so we're not even halfway through the potential of the 96 yet. Worcestershire have the second new ball, remember, as the insurance policy at 80 overs if they need it. Gloucestershire have this pair, Zafar Gahar, and then the lower order who would have to really show their mental concentration, I think, to see things out if it got that far with a lot of overs to go. Finch is coming back, so Leach is 7 overs. That's his deal. That may be him done until after tea. But Finch,
Possibly even till the second new ball.
well, he might have a little burst of
Maybe.
3 or 4 overs
Maybe.
after tea.
But they want to keep him
They would,
in reserve for that second new ball, I think. Leach.
but Worcestershire wouldn't go that far.
No.
But what can Finch do? The unpredictable Finch, I think we can call him. 3 wickets in the first innings at the tail end of affairs, and 2 already here. D'Oliveira spreading the field for Hammond. Down to 1 slip.
Interesting. I mean,
Perhaps he thinks that
that's just
Hammond
defended.
sees Finch as hittable.
Well,
Do you think?
You'd think with Gloucestershire 5 down that there might be a slip in place, perhaps, or possibly more of an attacking field than this. You've got a long leg, you've got a deep backward square, you've got a man just in front of square, and a deep point. Got 4 on the boundary. And Hammond still picks one out. Nearly gets caught there by D'Oliveira. There's that one on the boundary, Libby.
Will they bring everybody up now
Now they come up.
for Jack Taylor?
Yeah, long leg goes down to fine leg for the right-handed Taylor. Baker drops down to 3rd. Libby goes into point. D'Oliveira into cover. Waits into... Well, he's actually going across into the onside, so he's going into like a short mid-wicket. So, deep backward square. Long leg. And a square leg. There's no mid-off. Don't think Jack Taylor's going to get too much in his half of the wicket here, by the look of it. Flicks that one for 1. Of one that was in his half of the wicket. What do I know, Ian? What do I know?
Well, no, that was just the fact that the field was set for a different ball than the one that Finch bowled.
Yeah.
That was the strategy.
Again, Worcestershire with this
Certainly D'Oliveira's
defensive field.
really
Gloucestershire-
ringing the changes with his field here.
Yeah, Gloucestershire needing 276 here. One over the shoulder. No. Haven't ducked underneath it.
Roderick's back to standing back to Finch. I think the how can I put this? The reliability of Leach probably means that you could stand up. Finch would not be quite that metronomic.
Oh, let's put Hammond on his derriere.
Plenty of applause for. I think was that applause for the delivery from Finch, or the sarcasm of Hammond's efforts getting out of the way? Possibly a bit of both.
Hammond works that one around the corner. Cassie Fally doing the fielding down at long leg. He'll retain the strike. Hammond's on 54. Jack Taylor's on 10. Gloucestershire 147 for 5. Still 274 in arrears.
Only 3 overs so far from Josh Baker. The seamer's doing the bulk of the work. And if wickets continue just to trickle away for Gloucestershire, I don't think D'Oliveira is going to change that much. Pennington's going to keep going, but again he and Leach having a chat about the tactics to Hammond. Finch also getting involved. The collective brains split their separate ways. Pennington has only bowled 3 overs in this spell, so he's probably got maximum of 2 more. Can Gloucestershire see him off? Pennington into Hammond. Pleasant stroke, but straight to D'Oliveira at extra cover. So back to 2 slips in for Pennington. Libby in that important position at backward point. There is a fielder at deep square for Hammond, but a big gap at mid-wicket and suggests that Pennington will be back of a length, which he is, and Hammond slices that over the cordon. It'll run away to third man for 4.
That's a safe shot. I was just looking at that area thinking Hammond's going to ramp him. I didn't think he'd get a thick outside edge. That's a safe shot there.
That wasn't quite a ramp, was it? That was more of a
no. It was an edge.
Hard slash, really.
But if you're going to flash hard.
150 up for Gloucestershire in the 45th over. The balance of that target now looks quite difficult. Target was 380. I think you'd still feel that it was something like a wicket in the Test match. Todd Murphy has got Ben Stokes, and I'll give you the details of how that's occurred in a moment. And doesn't lay bat on that latest Pennington delivery. 213 for 3 England, and Stokes caught by Cummins off Murphy for 42. Joe Root 50 not out. England's lead is 201. Here, Gloucestershire 151 for 5. Pennington to Hammond. Pleasant stroke, straight to Leach at mid-off. It was a tumbling stop, but he spills the ball a bit like a scrum half off a bad pass. And fortunately, Matthew Waite is at mid-on. Bad passes to scrum halves are never a good idea.
Leach is more of a prop, I think.
Pennington into Hammond, pleasantly away. There should be probably only one there because that ball's gone to the left hand of Gibbon. His throw's a bit errant, but let me get one run. And Jack Taylor at least now has had a chance to have A, some time, and B, a dozen or so deliveries out there in the middle. I'm not saying he's ready to throw the bat yet, but he's starting to get used to what's on offer out there. Pennington looks a bit weary. It's his 13th over, so fourth. He had a short spell before lunch. He had the spell with the new ball, so maybe this might be him done for a while. And we will see Baker trying to winkle out one with his slow left arm. Pennington over the wicket to Taylor, can't quite get through. Finch though keen to get into the action. He's up at the college lawn end already. Pennington 13 overs, 1 for 45. Gets a conciliatory pat from Roderick as he goes back into the outfield. And do you think Worcestershire going to persist with the seamers done? Might Waite come back again to Waite and Finch?
Personally, I wouldn't, but you know, I probably would have had a go at Gloucestershire last night. I probably would have had I'll definitely have a slip in place right now if I was them. I mean, all it needs is 2 more wickets here and you're into the tail.
So no spinner for you, not yet.
No, I would probably have a go. Yeah, I'll probably give a spinner a twirl. Finch to Hammond, who pulls but can't get it past Waite at short mid wicket.
Certainly, Don Oliveira is really, and I use this, respectfully, really captaining this team here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He's trying to, really set plans for specific players, encourage his bowlers.
Hammond ducks underneath that one. He is doing so. I mean, personally, I'd like to see him a little bit more attacking, especially in a side chasing promotion, and we've got a cluster of sides chasing that second spot behind Durham. You've got Sussex, you've got Leicestershire, and you've got Glamorgan. So, there's 4 sides and only one of them's going to go up. Whether they want to go up, it might be a different matter. Oh, that's nipped back perhaps. Let's have a look at this. See if we can see this again. Just catches Hammond in the same area possibly as D'Oliveira got one yesterday.
That clip, by the way, is doing the rounds on social media with a very, very understandable one-liner from Mr. Whiting.
Pretty obvious, really. Pretty obvious. That's got to be over the head, isn't it?
And I think that there was a variation on a theme there, because the late Brian Johnston did a very similar. There was a similar instance in a game in which he commentated, and his one-liner was had a different multiple.
Yes.
If you get the idea.
Yes, indeed.
But the principle was the same.
Yes.
And he said it with a chuckle as well.
Finch. Hammond just works that one around the corner. Can only find D'Oliveira. No run. Yeah, I think this is now way over 5 and over, isn't it? 5.5. 270 or 46.5. Is it time to bring the troops in around the bat now for D'Oliveira? Had some emails come in, I believe, Ian. You can be our reader for the afternoon. Hammond just defends. That completes Finch's 8th over. He's 2 for 29 off 8.
Jonah says, I'm watching while packing for my holiday in Corfu tomorrow. My beloved Worcestershire seem to be on fire. Hopefully Corfu won't still be when we get there. It's nice to listen to two commentators that, despite being from one club, aren't clearly biased and give a good opinion of the game. Thank you. My question would be, who do you think goes up in Division 1 alongside Durham? Well, that's a... You know,
the second strongest side I've seen this year is Sussex. I thought Sussex would have beaten Gloucestershire at Bristol if it wasn't for the weather.
So this will come back to bite me, but I'm not sure any of the sides currently second, third, fourth or fifth have desperately strong bowling attacks. Sussex, you know, I don't quite know how Sussex are where they are with their attack. A lot of those sides are much better batting sides than bowling sides. Worcestershire, perhaps the balance is a bit different, but
Sussex rely a bit more on McAndrew, don't they? Is he around? Has he stayed around for the summer? Yeah.
But Worcestershire are thin on batting points. Sussex are. I am amazed they are where they are, because anyway, Josh Baker into the attack, and Jack Taylor goes down the ground and fielded by Kashi Fali. There is just one close catcher in for Taylor, just one slip and a deep, almost fine gully, which is Gibbon. Baker from the chapel end, and Taylor goes long, and aerial, that will go, I think, all the way. Kashi Fali actually is plugged in the outfield. I thought that would have gone all the way to the rope in front of the chapel, but they've come back for just 2.
I'd like to see Worcestershire go up though, because I feel for them in a little way. They've lost their players, some of their players as well, and some of the fans I've met here in the last few days have been absolutely lovely, knowledgeable guys, love their cricket, and I quite like the pairs. I've got a bit of a soft spot for them, Ian.
Taylor dabs that away. Chase for Gibbon. Will that go to the boundary at third man for 4? It will.
That was a half tracker there.
Steve Hallam says, are you still suggesting that Gloucestershire have a chance of winning this game? If so, you're absolutely deluded, in my opinion. Although there's a lot of potential in some of the younger players, this has got to be the worst Gloucestershire team in many a year.
No, I think we gave up on that one, Steve. I think we thought it might have a sniff, but
Taylor attacks Baker once more. That goes straight back to the bowler, though. I'll keep Steve's email just in case in 2 hours' time Jack Taylor's got 140.
You're deluded, Ian.
Oh, that was a dab from Taylor. Pass slip. That will also go towards the rope at third man, and it will also beat Ben Gibbon.
You're deluded if you think Gloucestershire can win this game.
So perhaps Taylor thinks that the spinner is the one to be attacked. 10 runs in this over, and we've not completed it yet. Taylor's a 20.
Oh, Harry Brooks gone cheaply in the test match.
Again, short from Baker, and again chopped away by Taylor. That's basically 3 shots in the same area in this over, and Taylor's helped himself there, and he's gone to 24. Hammond to 59. 166 for 5. The target is 422. It's a long way away, but I'm not sure if Steve went out in the middle to speak to Hammond and to Jack Taylor, they would agree with his opinion.
No, Jack Taylor's like Zorro, cutting away with his blade. Do you remember Zorro, Ian? Do you remember Zorro? No. You must remember Zorro.
I don't know everything about Dan's childhood.
He had a sword that he used to cut a Z in the air with. He was that quick with his blade, a flashing blade. Surely people must remember Zorro.
Terry Blake remembers.
Terry Blake remembers Zorro. Bouncer from Finch. There's Zorro. Look, there he is.
Thank you to Jonah and to Steve for that. I wonder if that was Steve in Hallam or Steve Hallam.
There's Jack Taylor.
Whichever. Thank you for your emails. You're welcome to keep expressing your opinions about how this game may go, or indeed who might go up and who might benefit from going up from Div 2.
Hammond pulls vigorously. Can only find D'Oliveira deep mid wicket.
I think the one thing I would say, Jonah asked, who do you think would go up? So I think there's an acceptance that Durham are going up.
Durham are going up, without doubt. I mean, they're almost,
Over the horizon.
they are. They're over the hill.
And the thing I would say is that whoever does finish second might count themselves slightly fortunate to find a division that's relatively even this year without a second team that's really pushed Durham very close.
Yeah, I mean, last year you had sort of Nottinghamshire, who were that side, weren't they, the runaway side, and Middlesex were had a very good start, didn't they, when they had Shaheen Shah Afridi in their attack. So there's not that sort of quality about, I don't think, this year. But I'm going to go for Sussex. However, I would like to see Worcestershire go up, because I think they've had a bit of a rough time recently, and I quite like their fans. There you go. Simple. Finch to Taylor, who defends that into the onside. No run. Been joined in the box. Got a couple of work experience ladies in with us in the box.
How unkind you are.
Enjoying themselves. Coming to have a look at our streaming.
I think Dan may know this, but remember this better than me. The second place side last year went up with 225 points.
Middlesex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel as if the second place side this year is going to get anywhere near that.
No. No.
Another field change.
Finch desperate for this wicket. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Jack Taylor jerking his head out the way. And a no. This was one over the shoulder.
D'Oliveira has put the helmet on and he's come into...
Silly mid on.
Yes, yeah, it is a silly mid on, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's not short leg, is it? It's
But
too far, too straight for that. It's more of a silly mid on.
Still got an ordinary orthodox mid on there too, though.
Taylor gets up on his toes, defends that into the offside. Whereas if I went in there, Ian, it would be a downright stupid mid on. That's a very nice email though from Jonah, saying, because we do pride ourselves on being fair to both sides here. You know, we're not. This isn't Somerset you're listening to.
48 overs gone. 49 overs gone. 47 overs to go. He's gone past the balance on the chase. Gloucestershire still a long way, in a sense, back from the overall total they need. Still more than 255 required.
But we do pride ourselves on it, don't we, Ian?
I think the nicest compliment people can pay is they say that if we're fair,
Yeah, definitely.
and that's all we aim to be.
Yeah.
Baker, having had a bit of tap in his first over, 14 off it, is now seeking some advice from his captain on the field. Jake Libby's going to deep square here. Leach is coming across to almost a short third man on the single for Hammond, and Baker's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and Hammond goes back and defends. The last wicket fell at 1:30. Not the time. That was the runs on the board.
Very good, Ian, very good.
But there were two in quick succession. Tom Price out for naught. So 129 for 3 became 130 for 5. It's now 168 for 5 as Hammond clips a single out into the leg side. Now this is perhaps the key test. The right-handed Taylor. Will he look again to take on Baker? He did bowl too short in that first over, so they've got mid on up and long off back for Taylor. Baker from the Chaplain again. That's really too short. It's fortunately it's been chopped straight to Libby. He's played that almost identical shot 4 times now in the last 10 deliveries from Baker. That's a more orthodox one. That's straighter, doesn't give him the room to play that shot. He was very economical in the first innings. Baker, what will he do here under a bit of pressure? And again, he's dragged that down, and Taylor's missed out a bit because that's gone straight to Gibbon at deep point. Baker doesn't look comfortable in his rhythm here at the moment. He's bowled 2 overs for 16 since he's been reintroduced, and I wonder whether a chap from Pennington to him as he heads off into the outfield. I wonder whether the time for Matthew Waite may not be very far away.
Just under half an hour to tea. Gloucestershire still requiring 253 to win. Do you think, Ian, if they got that down to 200 at tea, would they give it a whack and see what happened?
So they'd have to add another 60.
It'd probably be 38 overs in the final session.
And the key for me would be that you'd have, if they were to add another 60 with these two, both these two would be pretty well set at that point, and that was the key in that Leicestershire chase that we spoke about, when Cobain and Tom Lace were quite well set at tea.
Yeah.
And stayed together for quite a while after it.
Or are we deluded?
Steve Hallam thinks we are. Sir, you're entitled to your opinion.
We might be, but strange things happen. Finch to Taylor, who hooks. Can only find deep square leg for a single.
It would still, I mean, obviously still, it would be a record-breaking chase.
It would be.
Gloucestershire have never made 400 to win any first-class game.
It would be a record-breaking chase.
I think I'm right in saying the record chase on this ground is 348. So it would absolutely obliterate that.
I bow to your local knowledge, Ian. Finch around the wicket, Hammond defends.
What this is doing, though, the longer this stand goes on, whether they are actively chasing that total or not, is it is running down the clock for Worcestershire on the overs they have available to take the remaining wickets.
Yeah, it certainly is. 45 remaining in the day. That's as a minimum. Bouncer there that Hammond ducks under. Hammond's setting his stall out here, isn't he? By the look of it. As they say in the Southern Hemisphere, he's booked himself in for bed and breakfast. Maybe Gooch has, maybe it's an Essex thing. That's another bouncer. Kenny Barrington, I've been told. What a player he was. Fantastic player. Sadly had a heart attack on the tour to the West Indies in 1981. Very popular man. Hammond works that one around the corner. D'Oliveira is fielding in the gully in a helmet. I've never seen that. Not like a short gully. Just he can't be bothered to take it off.
Yeah,
He
is now. He is now. Just to emphasise Hammond's recent run, he did get a duck in the first innings, obviously, but that aside, 650s in his last 10 first-class innings, and there's a 48 in there as well.
Yeah.
So he's on a very consistent run at the moment. If he gets in, he's contributing. Slip, in fact, 2 slips back in for Taylor.
Finch in, Taylor plays him with a little bit of bottom hand, goes out to mid-on.
25 minutes to go until tea. I think the school of thought around the ground at lunch was, Worcestershire should get 3 wickets in the morning session, 3 wickets in the afternoon session. They would back themselves to get 4 after tea, particularly with the second new ball still being available.
Yeah.
So 25 minutes here for Gloucestershire to try and just
I think
make them a little bit more anxious about getting that.
And if Gloucestershire wanted to win, I think the minimum they could get in that final session was 200. Now I think with only 5 wickets in the hutch, and what they're going to get by tea, 220, 230, I think it is beyond them. I think 5 and over is beyond them, especially as that's creeping up to nearly 6 now.
The only possible way is if Worcestershire would, for example, continue to be bowling Baker. To keep them effectively with one end open to be attacked.
Yeah.
It's been a mixture of too short and too full from Baker in this spell. Taylor picking up some cheap runs in the first over. Balls down to Hammond. Swept, that's very fine. That might go all the way for 4. It will do. I think Gibbons on a vain chase there. Well, he's done well to haul that in, and it's Jake Libby, in fact, and they've only taken 2. So 2 runs very definitely saved.
Yeah, excellent fielding there from Libby, showing no signs of stiffness after his 100 yesterday. Ooh, that looks as if he might have been touching the ropes there. I wonder if we could have a look at that again at the end of the over. Not that I think it's going to be championship defining at the end of the season.
Baker in, Hammond to D'Oliveira, good pick up one-handed, prevents the single, so he keeps Taylor on strike. Finch is certainly eager in his work at the moment. His cap is off, he's hurrying towards the College Lawn end. And this spell, 4 overs for only 6 runs, which is much more frugal than he has been previously.
Here we go, let's see how close Libby is to that rope there. Oh, I don't think he knows. Not sure he can tell down there.
Chat between D'Oliveira and Waite.
He's a pretty honest guy though, Libby. He's probably just doesn't know. what's going on. There we go. Let's have a look here. Slowed down. No, he's done well. He's done well. Look, he's released the ball there. Brilliant stuff from Libby. Here's Finch to Taylor, who gets that one in front of square. They're still only going to take one. Gibbons left-handed. It's to his left-hand side.
If you're joining us and hearing that Ben Gibbons' name and thinking he wasn't in the starting 11, no, he wasn't. Azhar Ali hasn't been on the field at all today.
No.
Oliver again shuffling his field round. But nobody out straight for Hammond.
Finch around the wicket. Bouncer.
Do you
I
think,
mean, Gloucestershire
Sorry,
aren't going
Dan.
to win this game from here. So the bouncer should be used as a surprise tactic, not 2, 3, 4 and over, I think, here. It should be used as a surprise weapon. And I do wonder if Worcestershire are bowling a little short here. Oh! What's happened there? That's kept low. Signs here that this pitch is starting to... Well, Hammond's just played all round that, really.
He's gone all over it. It's hit top of off.
But that is the length that Finch should be bowling here if he wants wickets.
He said he's unpredictable, Adam Finch.
Adam Finch for 64.
Hammond expected, I wouldn't say it kept low, but I think Hammond expected it to go higher than it did. And he departs for another half century, his 8th of the season, but critically, Worcestershire now, I think you can say strong favourites because they've got the second new ball at their sleeve, they've got the last two recognised batsmen with credible ability, and they've got Matt Taylor, who is clearly not 100% at number 11, who would bat if essential.
Yeah, one more wicket here opens the door to the tail, doesn't it? And Gloucestershire have got 43 overs here to try and save this game. It's a big ask from here, I think, Ian Randall, isn't it?
Yeah, and Hammond was, I think he was deceived by that bounce. I don't think it didn't get up as much as he thought. Definition of kept low would be a shooter, which it wasn't. But he misread how much.
Was it a slightly slower ball, do you think?
Only Finch would know that.
But that is the length that Finch should be bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, he's banged it into the pitch over and over and over again, and you know, we'd like to see him looking for the top of off at this stage of the game. That's how you're going to get the wickets.
2 hours and 40 minutes for Miles Hammond's 64, 7 fours and 1 6.
The hope that kills you.
It is the hope that kills you. It is the hope that kills you.
Zafar in the first innings, I think he got to about 50 balls with only 2 against his name. So
Yeah.
he's quite happy to attack, but he can also defend.
Finch to Zafar. Bouncer.
So I think
It was a strange shot from Hammond.
yeah.
Do you think it's kept low, do you think?
No, it's hit the top of off, hasn't it?
Yeah. He's gone to pull it though, hasn't he?
Thinking it's shorter than it actually is.
Left alone by Zafar. Goes through to the gloves of Roderick.
I think I'd be seeing if Matthew Waite fancied 3 overs before tea from the chapel end, just to, if with the new batsman in, just to make him play all the time.
Yep, 15 minutes to tea.
And then Leach will definitely be back at 4 o'clock, I think, at the resumption. I see no reason why he wouldn't be.
Zafar just rides the bounce there, plays that one down to third, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Ball runs away there. Worcestershire going for the jugular here. 15 minutes to tea. Gloucestershire 178 for 6. Zafar Gahar has just come to the wicket. He's on 4 not out. Jack Taylor's on 27. Miles Hammond just departing, having been bowled by Adam Finch for 64. There's the scorecard in front of you.
All the core details, or one might say from a Gloucestershire point of view, all the gory details of this chase, with 6 wickets having gone already. Baker,
Did I just say 5? Did I say 6? No, 178 for 6. I'm losing the plot, it's our 8th day working here at Cheltenham, isn't it? 3 to go after today. Maybe we are deluded. Maybe we've got Cheltenhamitis.
Baker is going to continue. Cut away by Jack Taylor to the deep cover boundary. Gibbons' throw keeps them down to a single.
Are we losing the plot here? Are we? Maybe we are. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe I am. You're not. I think it's those talk sports I'm doing at night as well. I think they're taking its toll.
You can hear Dan Whiting on the radio as well as on the stream, depending on your station of choice. So Baker 6 overs for 33 at the start of this one. What's Zafar's approach going to be? Clips that one back to the bowler.
It'd be a good one to win from here, wouldn't it?
Very. As one gentleman said to me at lunch, it'd be a good one to draw from here. Zafar swept that on the bounce to Gibbon.
He put it down his throat.
Well, if he'd have truly middled it, he probably would have gone over the marquee, but Gibbon's right out there for that shot.
It's not a big boundary down there though, is it?
No.
When we went out on the pitch the other day. I thought I'd fancy your chances of clearing that in.
Taylor defends.
Do you fancy picking one up off your legs over that boundary? No?
No, you haven't seen me bat, have you?
We've got to have a net sometime. We've got to have a net.
Baker round the wicket. Taylor pushes him again out to Gibbon, who's been a bit like a magnet in the field. The ball's followed him round.
Yeah.
181 for 6. Leach will welcome his cup of tea in 12 minutes time and a chance to put his feet up and then come out and potentially cause further damage.
As long as it doesn't look like your tea from last weekend, Ian, I'm sure he will.
Zafar gets a biggish stride in to defend the last ball of the over.
If it's anything like that miserable offering that was served up to you last Saturday, then there it is. Look, I mean, that is the most miserable. I mean, that is what I will take away from this Cheltenham festival, Ian, is your cup of tea there. That's currently.
I hope the cricket's been more memorable than that, Dan.
Your cup of tea is his rascal cake as well. It's his cup of tea that stands out for me.
So Worcestershire, I think, are on par at the moment. They would have wanted 3 wickets in this session. That's what they've got at the moment. Can they go over budget?
Finch over the wicket here. Jack Taylor plays that to mid-on, no run.
It would be quite a long session potentially after tea, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
certainly 37 overs, might be 38.
Could be 38 with the new ball due in probably about 24 of those, 22 of those. That's a lovely shot there. Jack Taylor, stand and deliver. 4 runs.
Yeah, despite the dive from Leach at mid-off, couldn't cut it off. Boundary count still high in this Gloucestershire second innings.
I think you're going to get that though, as the sort of the attacking fields, etc. That Worcestershire
29 and 1-6.
They had a little 5-over spell, didn't they, where they set very defensive fields, but generally they've set attacking fields, as you should do if you're trying to win the game. Taylor pulls. Has that gone all the way? No, it's just gone for 4, but Taylor pulls there with aplomb. Bounces over the picket fence. It's fetched by a gentleman down there in a red shirt.
Well, Gibbon's gone over the fence, hasn't he, to
Yeah,
get it back?
that chap in a red shirt is here. Is that a Cheltenham Town shirt here?
No, Dan.
No.
No.
Swindon?
Looks
Bristol
like
City?
looks like a Liverpool shirt from this distance.
Redditch United might be a visiting Worcestershire supporter. Kidderminster Harriers.
The Harrier shirts are halved.
Oh, Taylor goes pulling there. Are they still halved? Are they?
Yeah, red and white halved, yeah.
Just 1 there to Taylor. 186 for 6. Taylor's on to 34.
I think Waite was looking there. Roderick threw the ball to him. It was coming right out of the sun, I think. In the end, he did catch it. And he is now... Oh, he actually didn't catch it, it went past him. So Finch to Zafra, I think, for the first time. Kashifali's going to long leg. Still no third man in. Adam Hose is the chief cheerleader out there.
Finch around the wicket, bowls Zafar through his defences, and that could be the beginning of the end here for Gloucestershire. Oh, that's a good delivery, angled in, moves away and takes the outside of off stump. Not a lot Zafar Gahar could do about that. Finch takes his 4th wicket.
That's the same ball that got Miles Hammond, I think. But Hammond played a different shot, expecting it to bounce more. But he's hit the top of off twice now, Adam Finch.
It's good delivery. That's a very good delivery.
And
Just rolls his fingers over it.
And
Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor coming out
Number 36,
at
Matt Taylor.
number
sponsored
9.
by Keynsham Courtyard.
Here we go. This partnership here made at Great and Little Tew Cricket Club in Oxfordshire. The Taylor brothers.
He said the antibiotics are sort of kicking in, as he put it this morning. Not that he wants to be kicking much with that foot.
No.
But he wondered if he might have taken a pain-killing tablet or something to be able to go out and bat.
Yeah.
Just in case A, he should be out there for a while, and B, he should get hit on that foot. It's the right foot, so it's not his front leg.
No. But you wouldn't want one speared in at your toe, would you, Ian?
No. And you wouldn't want to be running too many sharp singles either.
Absolutely not. Finch. Matt Taylor leaves that one alone. That completes a very good over. Just over 5 minutes to tea. And Worcestershire have had a very, very good afternoon at the office.
Yeah, they've taken 4 wickets and Finch has taken 2 for 20 in a 6-over spell. So he'll, particularly having taken that last wicket, I think he will bowl the one remaining over from that end up until tea, because we're only 5 minutes from tea at the moment.
Yeah.
Gets a good hand from the Worcestershire supporters in the member stand to our left. And what we've seen from Finch, I think, in this game is a little bit what I saw in the match at New Road against Yorkshire. A touch unpredictable, but with wicket potential. Baker then to bowl probably the last over of this session from the chapel end. Long all the way up to Kashi Valley at long off. One more to the total. He's thrown a drink by one of the Worcestershire backroom staff. The sun is out, people's phones are out. For those Cheltenham pictures with the sun on the chapel. Plenty of computers will have screenshots of that next week. Not of this one. Dan's just taking one of those selfie things, whatever they are. Baker around the wicket, and Matt Taylor defends out on the offside. So a slip in. Baker for about 3 paces round the wicket, and Matt Taylor uses his feet and comes down the pitch. And that squeezes through. It's a simple stumping for Roderick. Perhaps Worcestershire didn't need 422 after all. Baker that's tossed up. Matt Taylor defends back to the bowler. Got it gone past the bowler actually all the way up to Kashi Valley at mid-off. Jack Taylor on 39 at the other end. Matt Taylor on strike, just defends that out on the offside. He can do that comfortably enough. One more ball left in this over. And the field drops out. Long off, right out. Long on, right out. If Matt Taylor wants a single, which I'm sure he doesn't, and he lets that go through to keeper Roderick. So Finch, absolute mustard at the moment. He wants to get in to bowl this last over of the session.
Yeah, should be the last one before tea.
39 overs post tea, and Worcestershire will have 23 of those with an old ball and 16 with a new one if they need it.
Yeah, Finch has been superb today. We've said he can blow hot and cold, and today he's been on fire. 23-year-old, another from their impressive production line of pacemen there at Worcestershire. Took a fifer against Yorkshire in early July, and you can see when he's on form, he's really on fire. Here he is as Jack Taylor edges that one down to third. He's going to get single. Took 2 in the victory over Leicestershire last week at Oakham. There's Cameron Hasty there with his 8-week-old baby in a Gloucestershire shirt. Fantastic to see. Congratulations to Cameron and his other half.
Should say though, Dan, he took 2 wickets last week. That was only in the first innings because he got replaced by Josh Tongue for the second innings, and Tongue took 5.
Who, Lennox Hasty?
No, Adam Finch.
Oh. Yep, Lennox, 8 weeks old, Gloucestershire shirt on. Fantastic to see, wonderful to see as Matt Taylor defends, and that epitomises the family atmosphere here at the club.
Haven't got all the bowling figures on your screen. Leach 14 overs 4 maidens 2 for 29. Dylan Pennington 13 overs 2 maidens 1 for 45. Waite 9 overs 2 maidens none for 34. Baker 8 overs for 37, and Finch, as you can see, currently 4-4-47.
If you can hear any sirens in the background, that's Ian Randall's pizza for tea on his way over. Matt Taylor just ducks that or weaves that one. The umpire just having a look. Martin Saggers here. Martin Saggers just having a look at where Finch is running down on the pitch there. He's not warned him, I don't think. But I think he's just having a look. Cleve Hill bathed in sunshine now. The ground bathed in sunshine. Beautiful Cheltenham College. Matt Taylor defends. Can Gloucestershire hold on for a draw? Or are Worcestershire going to go back up the M5 with 23 points in the bag?
And up into second place in the table.
And up into second place. And really puts a jump on their rivals. I think there'll be a few points clear there as well. So this could be a really significant victory for Worcestershire. The Pears fans would love it. Taylor lets that one go. So we started this session. Yeah, 106 for 3. Gloucestershire have moved the score on to 192, but significantly they've lost 4 wickets here. Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Tom Price and Zafar Gahar, the men to go. Last ball before tea. Taylor leaves that one alone. So we're going to come back in 20 minutes. Gloucestershire will resume the final session on 192 for 7. We're going to go grab a cup of tea. Ian Randall's putting the kettle on as we speak. And we'll see you back in about 17 or 18 minutes. See you soon.
So the last session of Championship cricket here at Cheltenham 2023, and a session that starts with Worcestershire warm favourites to win. I think we can say that Gloucestershire needing 230 in 39 overs with only 3 wickets left is probably a non-run-up from here, and therefore it is about whether they can bat for 39 overs losing fewer than 3 wickets. There is a new ball available to Worcestershire in this session. Gloucestershire have Matt Taylor, if not quite batting on one leg, he's certainly batting in discomfort. Zaman Akhtar and Paul Van Meeker are the remaining 2 batters.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic, Ian Randall, here?
I think I'm realistic, Dan.
Ah, very good.
I'm realistic.
So you think Worcestershire off WM5 with the points then, do you?
I think ultimately that's where we'll end up. I'm happy to be proved wrong, and if they do, Worcestershire will go to 134 points, which will be 18 clear of Glamorgan in 3rd.
That's significant, because you're going to pick up your 5, 6 from a draw or a loss anyway, aren't you? So really they're a win clear.
Josh Baker to resume again after tea, and Jack Taylor quite happy to take the single and give Matt the strike against the spinner. Although he would be happy to do that against probably Joe Leach from the other end, remains to be seen. Although, actually, would you be tempted to keep Finch on, seeing as he's had a good spell? Although he's bowled, he's bowled 7 overs in that spell, albeit he has had a 20-minute break now.
Yeah, you don't need a young lad, get him on.
I think I'd be tempted to go back to Leach. Baker to Matt Taylor, forward, and every time he does come forward, of course, he's pressing with weight from that painful foot. That's his back foot. Baker again tosses that up, and again Matt Taylor forward, pushes it out on the offside.
The plane's making a rather strange sound, isn't it?
And that's coming into Baker around the wicket again, tosses that up, and Matt Taylor squeezes it out on the offside. The danger is going to come from the seamers here, for me. Baker in, and Matt Taylor punches it to Waite, who gets a hand on it, doesn't stop it cleanly, but it ricochets to D'Oliveira. Waite is at a short, straight mid-off. They're probably 10 or 12 yards from the bat. Baker in again to Matt Taylor. And Waite fumbles that. They're going to sprint for a single, and Matt Taylor will keep the strike therefore. 194 for 7. And who will it be from the College Lawn end? I think we know. The go-to,
the school bully.
The go-to man in the Worcestershire attack.
Yeah. I've been having a chat with a very nice bunch of Worcestershire fans in the members area to our left here in the seats, who are in a rather good mood, and why wouldn't they be, with their side closing in on victory. And there's a couple of them. The secret pair and Amanda, who travel to Worcestershire games. They fly in from Northern Ireland into Worcester. I mean, that's proper dedication, isn't it? I mean, that's like sort of, there's dedication and then there's dedication.
Madness.
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, it's probably slight madness, but it's Leach anyway. But you've got to admire, you know, the dedication to the cause, and that's why when you see, you know, these guys who do leave counties for more money, you know, and Worcestershire have lost a lot of high-profile names.
those fans who support you through thick and thin like that. They're the ones who should be rewarded. Leach to Matt Taylor, just on the back foot.
I think this will. Your point about the new ball is right, Dan. I think that this might be a 4-over spell for Leach, just a short one.
Yeah.
In the knowledge that if they need him with the second new ball, he's still got something left in the tank, so to speak.
Matt Taylor plays that into the offside D'Oliveira Fields. England have got a lead of 256 now. They're 4 wickets down. They can add another 150. I think they'll be pleased with that, won't they? Meanwhile, here at Cheltenham, bathed in sunshine. Can Gloucestershire hold out?
That short straight mid-on's come back in again, and the short mid-wicket.
Not if Joe Leach has anything to do with it. Here he is past the umpire Martin Saggers. Matt Taylor gets forward onto his good foot.
I think Worcestershire are 1 wicket ahead of where they'd hope to be at this point. That would be my reading of it. I think if they'd offered them 6 down at tea, I think they'd have said fine.
Yeah.
We would still back ourselves to get the other 3, the other 4.
Oh, that's edged. That's going to go away for 4 runs down there.
It was low.
Yeah, Matt Taylor just playing out with soft hands, actually.
It would have been a miracle catch, I think, if it was in front of Hose. If it goes past the fielder at catchable height, that's one thing. If it's in inverted commas dying in front of the fielder, that makes it more difficult.
Well, if it's a place for miracles here and it's Cheltenham, all these churches around, it's like a shrine round here, isn't it? 2 chapels at one end, one in the distance over the corner. Oh, Taylor nearly.
That's risky.
Get through, yeah. You want to get forward or back, not half cock.
Might have been 2 sounds there.
A little bit of tail back, tail in there from Joe Leach.
I'm going to keep Baker though on, particularly if Jack Taylor's got to quell that natural aggression.
That's a great
here.
photo. Look at that. Jack Taylor evading a bouncer. That is Jack Taylor, isn't it? Yeah. Evading a bouncer. Brilliant photo.
The Worcestershire fielders is just strapping on those lightweight pads. It's Kashif Ali. He's going to field in them at the moment, even though he's not in at short leg. And Roderick's standing up to the slow left arm of Baker, but he's going to put the other helmet way behind him. One slip for Baker, but the field otherwise pretty well spread. Five out for the slow left armour. Quite happy to give Jack Taylor the single here, I think. He goes up to long on, comfortable one. And brings brother Matt back onto strike. So now Kashif Ali, with those pads already in place, can coming, I would think, to short leg, yes. And Gibbon is coming across to almost a leg gully. Baker is going to bowl over the wicket to Matt Taylor, and he's absolutely killed that dead weight on a length. The ball dribbles out onto the leg side. Gloucestershire's 8th wicket pair trying to eke out as many overs as they can here of the remaining 39 that there were at the start of this session. Baker to Matt Taylor. It's tossed right up, but Taylor read the length. Played it back to the bowler. Again, mid on and mid off. Drop out. Taylor goes back, but he again does enough, just plays it out quietly onto the offside, and he's faced 26 balls so far either side of tee. For his 5 runs, Jack's got 40. Jack Taylor, his brother's got 42. Had almost a runner ball. He was very punishing on Josh Baker early on in this spell, but there's a problem with that ball, and there's going to be a ball change, so that's gone out of shape clearly, and Gloucestershire have added 7 since tea, but importantly they've soaked up some overs, so 36 overs still remain. No weather issues.
Change of ball in process.
In Cheltenham this afternoon. Plenty of blue sky about. And Leach and Oliveira having quite an extended chat about the field that he might want at the start of the next over. Been a lot of different contributions done in this Worcestershire performance, haven't there, to get them to this position? It's not been a one-man show by any means.
No, it certainly hasn't. And you know, you consider where Worcestershire were on that first morning of the game. They've done really well, haven't they?
18 for 3.
They've been
99 for 5.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think that they, you know, if Worcestershire do win this game, I feel they deserve it. Well, I think Gloucestershire played their part as well. You know, some of the youngsters, especially Joe Phillips, Ollie Price, Tom Price with that 46 where he ground it out. Paul van Meekeren's had a good game, taken 9 wickets in the game as well. So, you know, I feel that sort of both sides have played their part in what's been an entertaining game of cricket. But is there a twist in the tail? Stick with us and find out. Here's Leach. Nicely played. Jack Taylor, 4 runs. And that's a 200 up, isn't it?
It is. Takes him to 46.
Yep, there's the 200 up.
That was little more than a push.
Yeah, it was. Lovely shot.
I think Leach will be overly happy about being driven down the ground, but as we know, he hasn't conceded very many boundaries in this match, let alone in this innings.
This bodes well for Gloucestershire as well, with the one-day stuff coming up with Jack Taylor will skipper. It's played to that one of those short mid-ons.
Ali and Waite, I think, are the two. That's Kashif Ali. Yeah, Worcestershire supporters will know that Jack Taylor means trouble to them in the past.
Well, he's got a wonderful track record against them, hasn't he? Really has. Here's Leach. Oh, that's got to be close. Leach inquiring. Martin Saggers shaking his head. You know what, if I was umpiring, right, and Joe Leach appealed, I'd just give everything, because he looks a scary man. He looks like he's going to, you know, put the frighteners on you. Yeah, I don't owe him money. Trust me, if I did, I wouldn't be on this ground. Taylor, Jack Taylor pushes that out to mid-off.
Roderick's come up behind the stumps again.
Yeah, he's standing up, trying to pin Jack Taylor back into his crease, not only bringing the stumping into play, but also the LBW. Someone hasn't had an iced bun. Harold, you haven't had your iced bun.
He's an athlete, I told you.
Oh. And he had lasagna for lunch. I mean, you know, come on, Ian. Pull the other one. Nice shot again by Jack Taylor, but can't get it past Finch at mid-off. I might nick the cherry off the top. Would that be really bad? Would that be... I'm going to nick the cherry off the top. I need...
No, this is a funky field now. We've got two short... You've got a short straight cover, a short straight mid-off, and two short straight mid-ons. Leach to Jack Taylor, who goes down the ground past Libby.
Yeah, there's his 50.
Too much force. And
54 balls. Jack Taylor, well batted. I'm really pleased for him as well, because he's had a few rough decisions this year, and this is an innings of real character. He hasn't saved the game. He's got a long way to go, but it could be a damn sight worse for his side if Jack Taylor had gone cheaply. So, well played, Jack Taylor.
And bear in mind the number of overs there are left. If Gloucestershire save the game and he bats through, not impossible, he could get to three figures.
Elliot Lake, there is an ice bun here for you if you want to come to the marquee next to the Players' Pavilion.
Here's Baker round the wicket. Matt Taylor chops that away to deep point. Ben Gibbon, slight fumble, but they only will take one anyway. 208 for 7. The notional target, I think we can probably ignore now. 422. The key point is whether Gloucestershire can bat out the remaining overs. They've got 34 still to bat after this one. Only 3 wickets left. Elliot Lake took 10 seconds to get to the marquee. Taylor down the ground. Over the top of D'Oliveira, and that's gone for 4.
Has that gone through his hands?
No, he's seen it go over his head, and he stopped and signalled 4 to give the umpire the decision from closer to where the ball actually landed. In fact, he's bounced.
Elliot Lake drooling there, comes straight to the marquee like Pavlov's dog when the bell was rung, and is straight in with the ice bun.
Taylor to 54. Jack Taylor, that is. Baker to ball to him, and he's gone aerial again. Where's that gone? Over Pennington and away to the longest part of the ground for 4 more up towards the Premier Club marquee at wide long on. One man assault.
Do you know what? I'll keep Baker going though here, because if Jack Taylor's going to take him on,
one might go up in the air.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
216 for 7 and a little nudge out onto the offside. A tumbling stop from D'Oliveira keeps Taylor on strike. He's a positive individual, Jack Taylor, but even this looks beyond.
Well, you don't think Jack Taylor can get a quick 250 here and win the game?
No, I say he's a positive individual.
Yeah, he is.
If nothing else, this is handy, as you say, for the one-day cup to see him making 58 or 58 at the moment.
It's got to be positive. He's a Spurs fan. I mean, you know.
One ball left in this Baker over. Around the wicket, and Jack Taylor goes again. That's 4 more. He's found the gap. It's way through extra cover all along the ground, and out to the Sandford Road boundary for 4. So Taylor into the 60s. Baker has bowled 11 overs for 53, and is he almost hitting the spinner out of Worcestershire's options here?
I'd keep the spinner going. I'd keep the spinner going because I think Jack Taylor's going to take risks, and things are starting to happen. Worcestershire still got 200 runs in the bank. They're not going to lose the game. You know, Gloucestershire are not going to get 234. Keep the spinner going. Keep him flighting it as well. Don't just fire it in. Keep flighting it. And surely Jack Taylor will make a mistake at some point.
Leach to continue. This is 2 overs since tea. This is probably, I would think, a 4 over spell. And then maybe Finch and Waite will be back.
What was Bully Beef? Was that in the Dandy or the cartoon character? I'm sure you read the Beano when you were a younger lad, Ian. Here's Leach to Matt Taylor.
Do you remember? Was it what was Roy Race's team in
Melchester Rovers?
That's right.
Yeah. Hotshot Hamish. Do you remember him?
No, I don't remember him.
Ah, he could whack it. Used to disappear back to his island on the Hebrides and toss the gamer dressed in a kilt. I mean, not that we're having stereotypes of Scottish people at all, but Hotshot Hamish. Mighty Mouse.
There was an article on a website I saw the other day that it was 85 years since the Beano was published.
Wow. So were you a Roy of the Rovers man when you were young?
I was kind of aware of it.
Yeah.
I was aware of it.
The safest hands in soccer, do you remember that? The goalkeeper?
No.
No? Ian.
Was that
Gordon Stewart, was it? Leach in. Yeah, Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse was a doctor as his day job and used to go out and then dribble past about 8 people and score the winner in the last minute.
Always in the last minute.
He was like this little fat guy with glasses. He used to take the glasses off and then go and have a worldie. You can't beat Roy of the Rovers. Tiger and Scorcher as well. Do you remember that, Ian? Used to have Johnny Cougar, the wrestler. Matt Taylor digs out a Yorker.
So
toe preservation.
Was Roy of the Rovers in his own comic?
Yeah, I think he originally might have started off in Tiger and Scorcher and then had his own comic.
Number 9.
Probably was number 9, yeah.
Oh, he was number 9. And then, Tiger and Scorcher, who do you have in there? You had Billy's Boots.
God, this is going off in a very strange direction.
Billy's Boots was a kid called Billy someone, I can't remember, who was not a very good footballer, and then he found these boots that belonged to this guy called Deadshot Keane. And he'd put these boots on and again suddenly go and have a worldie.
Billy Wiz.
Yeah, Billy Dane perhaps rings a bell. I don't know, I can't remember. Maybe people can let us know, drop us a line. Leach. That's a nice shot. It's going to get one there. Finch is in pursuit. Hurls that one in.
So the memory I've got of her, and this may have been in Roy of the Rovers or in another comic, was there was a football team called Legs 11, which was in a prison.
I don't know what sort of magazines you bought when you were a younger man, Ian Randall.
But I'm sure for some reason it was a prison team.
Right, I don't know. I don't remember that. That's gone beyond me. That's gone way beyond me.
Was that in Scorcher or something? James Healy's going to look for it.
It might have been. Be careful what you Google there. You're on company property. Be careful what you Google. We'll all get the sack.
So Pennington is returning. Baker, expensive. 11 overs for 53.
What was Johnny Dexter? Was it the hard man he was called, or I can't remember. He had this little fat manager with bald head called Victor Boscovich. Do you remember him?
No.
Victor Boscovich, his name was.
So will Pennington's pace trouble Matt Taylor? Here is Pennington from the chapel end, and Taylor lets that go through.
Found Victor Boscovich. There he is, look. There's Victor Boscovich.
So who is he?
He was the manager of Johnny Dexter, who was, I can't remember. Can we find Mighty Mouse? Mighty Mouse was the most unfootball-like footballer you'll ever encounter.
Pennington to Matt Taylor. Oh, that's edged, and it's gone all the way to the third man boundary for 4.
I don't think that was anywhere near second slip.
No, hose is quite narrow there. No, it's gone way wide of him. Matt Taylor to 11. And if nothing else, he is offering some protection to Zaman Akhtar and Paul van Meekeren, at least for a while. The gully is going back in for Pennington. It's been a long day for Worcestershire in the field, but they've got 7 of the 10 wickets that they need. Pennington to Matt Taylor again. We again let that go. Judge that on length, I think.
Here's Mighty Mouse. Brilliant. He was a doctor.
The misplaced childhood of Dan Whiting.
It is. It is. See, I don't call it misplaced. It was all research for my later career in commentary.
Yeah. Pennington. Again to Matt Taylor, who just defends out on the offside. You see,
how have we gone to Roy of the Rovers? Where do we get there? I mean, this is the rich tapestry that is county cricket. It takes you off on a tangent.
Somehow we've ended up with comic characters and Mary Berry on the drums, cam belts, and other such varied topics, all alongside the cricket. Pennington charging in, and Matt Taylor again defends. It's been determined defence from him so far. Got a long time to bat. Yeah, and this might be a short burst here from these two. Just conscious that they may need to be saved for the second new ball. Pennington to Matt Taylor, who plays that soft hands again. Just that's the pace of the ball. Take it down to Kashif Ali at deep backward point. That's the end of Pennington's over. He's taken his cap, 14 overs, 1 for 50. 226 for 7. The target is down below 200, but that is kind of academic now. It is about the overs and the wickets in hand. 32 overs to go. 16 against the old ball, potentially 16 available with a new one, and Gloucestershire have 3 wickets left.
The safest hands in soccer was Gordon Stewart. I mean, how have I pulled that one out the bag? He was a Scottish goalkeeper for 2nd Division Tynefield City. There you go. Right, Joe Leach to Matt Taylor, who's on 12. Gloucestershire 226 for 7. Matt Taylor on 12. Jack Taylor on 62.
The damage, the last sort of bit of damage was done by Adam Finch with the 2 deliveries that bowled both Miles Hammond and Zafar Gahar, both hitting top of off in different ways. Zafar got a good one.
Matt Taylor leaves alone.
Hammond misjudged the bounce of his. I think he thought it was going to bounce more than it did, and it ended up just hitting the top of off. Hammond made 64. Zafar only made 5. So Finch, another burst from him.
Yeah,
It's got to be somewhere in the equation, I think.
yeah. Worcestershire also, if required, I think would have 16 overs with the new ball, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So but it might be that Finch and Waite have got to get them there. Because they've introduced...
Defended by Matt Taylor. No run.
They introduced Leach and Pennington at this stage to see if they can just force the issue a bit. If they can't... they introduced Leach and Pennington. If they can't, they may have to go back to the... what I will not unkindly refer to as the sort of the first change bowlers, and see if they can do the trick for them.
Got a bit cold here now. I think I put them on my club jacket we've been given. I nearly put Ian Randall's on the other night and went home with it with his car keys in. Nice shot there from Matt Taylor. Goes out to Waite at mid-off. Ian, you'd have been rather disappointed if I disappeared back to Somerset with your car keys, wouldn't you?
I was probably had to sleep in the marquee or something.
Could be worse. I mean, I could have gone back to London with them.
Still pleasant conditions for the crowd who've stayed, and most of them have actually.
Yeah, there's a few in the bottom end of the ground. That's pulled away. It's going to be just the one. Down to long leg. That's Pennington under the scoreboard down there.
One thing about Zaman Akhtar's batting this season, he's had quite a few not outs.
He's no fool with a bat.
So he scored 70 runs in 8 innings, but he's only been dismissed 3 times.
Leach. Jack Taylor leaves alone. That's the end of the 65th over. Matt Taylor's on 13, Jack Taylor's on 62. Gloucestershire 227 for 7. But more importantly, they have got 31 overs in the day to negotiate to try and salvage a draw out of this M5 derby against Worcestershire.
Finch is going away to fine leg here. Waite's gone to deep mid wicket. Two slips in a wide gully for Matt Taylor as Pennington into bowl 2. He seems to have a pretty good idea, Taylor, of where his off stump is and what he needs to play out and what he doesn't.
Jack Taylor or Matt Taylor?
Matt Taylor. We did say this might be a slow burner of a day, so that's how it's been. Pennington into Matt Taylor again. This stage goes, rather than going forward first, he just took just half a step back and then forward to make that full length delivery. He stands so far, that for the 4th wicket. 53 that was. Nothing more than that. To be fair, these two have put on
40 odd.
37.
Yeah.
Worcestershire have just found a wicket when they've needed one. Pennington from the Chapel End. Cry was from Jack Taylor to his brother. Didn't go cleanly out on the leg side, but it did go off the bat as well as the pad. James Healy's looking at the forecast for tomorrow here for the match against Wiltshire.
Could be a little bit of rain in the afternoon by the look of it. Maybe the odd shower. Come down.
Pennington into Jack Taylor, into the ground, and fielded second bounce by Ben Gibbon. So just run that screen again, James.
Might be the odd shower, but come down, come and enjoy the play.
Yeah, it is rain from the west, but it's that sort of band that, a bit like today, we had 2 little 5-minute showers before play from some very dark stuff over the ground, and the rest of it skirted past us. Pennington in, Jack Taylor again doesn't time it, and it bobbles out to Ben Gibbon at short cover. End of Pennington's over. He has bowled 15 overs in this second innings. Leach has bowled 18. And Leach is going to be replaced. I don't think that's a surprise. Matthew Waite from the College Lawn end, and I think we'll see Finch shortly from the Chapel end. There are 14 overs until the second new ball is due, and you could see those two probably bowling 10 of them.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll save Leach for the new ball. I'd like to see Worcestershire be just a little more attacking. Maybe put a silly mid-off or a short leg in there. That just dribbles into the onside. Silly mid-off for a short leg would just plant the seed of doubt into one of the Taylors. It might not have any effect at all. It does make you think as a batter. Let's let go by Matthew Taylor.
So if Worcestershire are bowling fourth stump or just outside, then Taylor can have a good idea where his off stump is. Then he can give his brother some good support here, even if he doesn't add much on the board.
His weight coming in past Saggers. Matt Taylor defends off the front foot, goes out to D'Oliveira in the covers. Yeah, I think there's a little chat going on with Libby, and I think Worcester should probably need to just be a little bit more adventurous here, perhaps. Silly mid-off, silly point, perhaps a short leg, perhaps both. What have they got to lose?
Libby might bowl himself.
What does Libby bowl off spin?
Yeah, a little bit of off spin.
Oh, that's a full shot there from Matt Taylor. Doesn't need to do that. Tries to force that off the back foot.
Pretty good on his judgment so far. Yes, that was wider too, funnily enough.
Drop us a line with your emails. Anything you want. Ian Randall's reading material. Even drop us an email about cricket if you want.
What does Waite want here? He wants Pennington to go wider. That long leg. Or squarer, perhaps you should say.
Here's Waite. Matt Taylor punches that one out to D'Oliveira. Extra cover.
Push that short mid wicket out now to give Taylor the single if he wants it.
I'm considering I might go up to New Road for the Metro Bank 50 over game. I've been there for years and years and years, and I've been there since that hotel's been built there, definitely. Just a little bit of a way swing there from Waite. Matt Taylor leaves that alone. Right, we're under 30 overs now.
10 overs for 34 from Matthew Waite. Since tea, these two have added 36.
There's the bowling figures.
Worcestershire just with the one slow bowling option used. Libby doesn't bowl a great deal. Just looking in the championship this season. He's only bowled 10 overs and hasn't taken a wicket, so it is occasional. They've just checked the ball through the hoop once more. Nothing doing.
Harry Clements is flaking here in the tent. That's why he should have had the iced bun.
Pennington's going to have one more over.
Terry Blake.
Certainly one more over.
Terry Blake there, our PA announcer today, giving a knowing nod of approval to Harry should have having the ice bun.
Elliot Lake had the last iced bun. Pennington into Jack Taylor. Will take one off the first ball. There is a potential possibly that would have perhaps run two if Matt had been a little bit more mobile on his feet, but they're not pushing it with that painful toe. But he's made 14, and importantly he's occupied the Worcestershire bowlers for 54 balls. He's still there, facing Pennington now. And played out into the offside. You had a conversation with me, Dan, before play today. That there was two things. One about scoring 422, and the other was about actually being able to just stay there without the ball being important. And Matt Taylor's actually proving that you can stay there.
Yeah.
Even batting at number 9.
Yeah, against the old ball. The new ball might be a different scenario.
But then the clock starts to be against Worcestershire. Then,
It does. And that can do funny things to sides. They can start, the pressure's then back onto Worcestershire, isn't it?
We could well be here till 6:30 if it goes literally right to the end.
I don't mind that. The traffic's, well, it's Saturday, I suppose, isn't it? So there's no rush hour.
Pennington cruising in once more, and Taylor pushes it out to Joe Leach at mid-wicket. 3 slips in for Pennington. The runs against column, the runs against tally doesn't really matter for the visitors at this point. The only column that matters is the wickets column. They've got 7. Hard to see Pennington being kept going after this over if they want to hold him back for the second new ball. Comes in once more here and again. Matt Taylor defends. He's done a sterling job here for best part of an hour. Jack Taylor's 63 of 63 balls, rather different type of innings. 12 boundaries in that.
England have gone past 300 apparently. We'll take that.
Pennington in, and Matt Taylor's having to take a single because the fielder on the cover boundary is very deep, so it's a little push into a gap and called his brother through, and he's taken quite a bit of the strike at the moment as well, almost as a night watchman would do. He's effectively a protector.
You don't think Gloucestershire are going to try and take this down to 150 off 20? Have a dip. 192 off 28 at the moment.
I would. The thing is, I think the chances, the mathematics of that would be possible, but the thing is that all the shots would have to come from one batsman.
What are the odds scenario? What would your odds be? If you're a turf accountant, Ian Randall, what would you give Gloucestershire here?
What, to
33
win?
to 1?
How much?
33?
Probably longer than that.
50? 100?
Probably. I'm not a turf accountant, but I would have thought very, very long odds.
Here's weight.
Almost 500 to 1, you'd say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, maybe. Anyway,
Wasn't that the quoted odds in the 81 test?
it certainly was. Dennis Lilly and Rob Marsh had a fiver on it, didn't they? I mean, you just couldn't do that these days, could you? As a player, I don't believe you're allowed to gamble on cricket full stop now, are you?
No.
So even if someone's at home, a professional cricketer's at home watching Bangladesh versus Zimbabwe, for instance, you still can't bet on that. Matt Taylor leaves that one alone. And in a way, that's fair enough, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I'll tell you something else too. There's a few weary Worcestershire bowlers out there.
Yeah, there certainly are. They've given everything for the cause.
Pennington's been brought a sweater down on the boundary in front of the scoreboard. I think it's Finch time.
Matt Taylor.
It was Finch who got the tail in the first innings.
Yep, certainly was. Waite's got to get Matt Taylor to play here. He's quite content to leave the ball outside off stump. And it's now time to actually, I think D'Oliveira's got to bring a fielder in under his eye line. And I think Waite has to make the batters play. It's no good putting the ball outside off stump for Matt Taylor to just leave ball after ball. I think Worcestershire might need to try something a little different. Oh, that's well bowled. But Matt Taylor lives to fight another day. It's a Waite swing, isn't it? It looks like it's all away from Waite.
Yes. Yeah, it doesn't.
There's nothing back in.
No, there's not. There
Hasn't got the other one.
There isn't the one that goes the other way. The danger is, of course, if he pulls it too straight, he's clipped away through the leg side, or just defend it.
But
I get the point about
runs
there
are
are loads of runs in the bank. I get
yeah,
that.
yeah. I think D'Oliveira, as his skipper, would rather he had the batter playing and leaked a few rather than allowing him just to leave ball after ball outside off stump.
But maybe Waite is in that rhythm where just to keep bowling accurately, he thinks will actually lure a number 9 into an error.
Yeah.
Pennington is keeping going. Perhaps this is a blast that they think can make the difference. From the chapel end, Jack Taylor again. He goes long for a single, and therefore the duel now is back between Dylan Pennington and Matt Taylor, and it's the same challenge.
Worcestershire with 4 on the fence for Jack Taylor.
I'm happy to give him the 1 and to bowl at his brother. Matt Taylor's done a sterling job so far. Pennington to bowl to him. He goes back. Would you be trying the Yorker at Matt Taylor? Bearing in mind that he hasn't got, we don't think as nimble. We wouldn't expect him to have as nimble movement as normal.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. If he's got a infected toe, you'd be targeting that area of the body. It's not a tea party out there, Ian Randall.
Isn't a rehearsal, Dan, is it?
Never.
Pennington to Matt Taylor. Short, you see, he can duck out of the way of that. 26 overs to go after this one. So Worcestershire will have used a third of their overs after tea without any joy at the end of this over. 13 out of 39. Pennington in, and Matt Taylor again lets it go outside the off stump. Doesn't get involved.
Run rate required 7.25 now. I think that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it probably wasn't even relevant at tea.
No,
and but 45 minutes later, or 54 minutes later actually, almost certainly isn't.
Manchester goalkeeper was Tubby Moore.
2 balls left in this Pennington over, and he has a chat with skipper D'Oliveira, who's away at long off. Comes in once more again. Matt Taylor able to let it go through.
The Manchester Rovers goalkeeper was Tubby Morton, I've just been reliably informed by Terry Blake. Tubby Morton. I mean, you just don't get names like that.
Supporters of Sussex, Leicestershire and Glamorgan all rooting for Gloucestershire here.
Yeah, they will be.
Worcestershire will be second at the end of this round. But will they have a big lead or a small lead?
That's well played there by Matt Taylor.
End of Pennington's over. Again, he takes his sweater and a hat, and I wonder if that... Where is Finch at the moment? Finch is at mid-off. I don't think he's had the nod yet. I haven't seen any exaggerated jumping or limbering up to suggest that he might be bowling at the other end. But I think just needs something else. Needs something. I'm with you a bit here, Dan. I just need to change the dynamic a bit. Give the bowler, give the batsman a different picture coming towards them.
Yeah, I agree. Wait. To Taylor.
JMR.
JMR. Not MD. Not managing director, Taylor.
They look to have quite a lot of time against weight, don't they?
Yeah, I mean he's
a steady medium.
yeah. That's hit the stumps. Where's that one ricocheted off to? It's gone down to mid-on, where Leach will do the fielding. Probably stumps have saved him 4 runs because I don't think Mr. Leach is moving too well at this time of day. Not
Day
sure.
4.
Day 4, he's bowled 23 overs in the first innings, and in the second innings he's bowled... How many has he bowled in the
This is
second
the
innings?
12th.
No, Leach.
Oh, sorry, Leach.
Yeah.
Leach has bowled 14, I think.
So he's up to nearly 40 overs in the game.
Bowled 18, in fact.
He's 45 overs. 41 overs in the game. So, you know, it's a big ask for someone, isn't it?
Even if his run is not that long, it's not Pennington kind of distance.
I wonder if D'Oliveira is just bowling weight just to save his sort of big guns for the new ball, and then we'll see the men crowd the bat.
But Pennington's had quite a long spell anyway.
Matt Taylor plays it into the onside. No run.
Unless he thinks that Finch is going to be saved for the new ball with Leach. I'm a bit surprised at that.
Yeah, maybe.
But they can't waste another 10 overs, can they?
Still a long way to go. Still a long way to go in this game, Ian.
They can't waste 10 overs to get to the new ball. They've still got to try and take wickets in what remains of the old one.
Matt Taylor plays that out to Finch.
The live table in most of the electronic outlets now has Yorkshire at the bottom, 50 points. Gloucestershire obviously in play, 81. Derbyshire 82, and the gap up to the promotion chasers.
Wade tries a short one. Matt Taylor has nothing to do with it. 25 overs remain in the day. Every over that goes down off that scoreboard, the odds on a draw go up.
Leach from the opposite end, interestingly.
Has he bowled from that end at all
No.
in the game?
No. So that's an interesting shift. I hadn't seen that move by Worcestershire at this point. I know Finch has had a long spell up till tea, but he's not bowled for an hour since. And now Leach, for the first time in the match, is going to bowl from the chapel end. Leach to Jack Taylor. That's cracked off the back foot. They might look for two here, but fielders coming in quite quickly, and therefore they'll stick to one. Taylor JMR goes to 66. Almost at a runner ball. Leach into Matt Taylor, who lets that go. So if the Leach, I think you talk about Waite's movement of the ball being largely away from the right-hander. Leach, I think, is largely in. So he's kind of going against the grain here, with the slope coming across your screen from right to left. Leach and Taylor again, pleasantly away, but doesn't beat Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain.
Ian, I have a serious question for you. I'm not often serious, but I've got a serious question for you.
Yeah.
If you were Dale Benkenstein and you were looking at the 2024 season to bring in an overseas player, you bring in a batter or a bowler?
Well, he's already said
He wants a bowler.
He wants a bowler.
I think Gloucestershire need a bowler.
Leach again to Matt Taylor, who can let that go, gets his bat well out of the way.
To win games of county championship cricket, you have to be able to take 20 wickets. And Gloucestershire haven't done that yet this season. And without that, you're always looking at either a sporting declaration or, batting to save the game, as these two are now.
Effectively, you've got to set up batting last every time. Leach into Matt Taylor, pleasant shot past the dive of Gibbon, that's stopped by Oliveira at wide bin off, but again Matt Taylor can take one. He goes to 16. The scoreboard on the ground has just frozen the touch. It says 232 on your screen, it is 234. Five overs left after this delivery from Leach to Jack Taylor. Winds himself up and powers that away for four. That's a good shot. Oliveira almost watched it go past him actually, but it was going quickly. And Gloucestershire go to 238 for 7, and Jack Taylor goes to 70. Still not impossible that he could get another 100 at Cheltenham against Worcestershire.
No. I'd love to see that, actually. I really would. Got a lot of time for Jack Taylor as an individual and as a cricketer as well. He's one of the good guys. Handles himself very well.
So 8 overs to go now until the second new ball, and Baker is being brought back, and perhaps this is just to tie and end up. I can't really understand why Finch hasn't been used, other than saving him with for the new ball. But Worcestershire are just eating away into their available overs here. Yes, there are 24 left, but this 8th wicket pair have batted for an hour since tea and added 46.
Yeah.
Batted 48 in all.
Beautiful silence here, isn't there, John? People intrigued with what's going on here. Matt Taylor just covers up. So the short leg's in, the leg slip. The short cover. Defended by Matt Taylor. Scoreboard stuck at the moment.
238 for 7 is the actual score.
Yeah. Matt Taylor defends.
Pat Brown is on the field.
With his white boots.
I'm not sure who for.
That's gone up in the air. That's going to go all the way for 4 there from Matt Taylor.
Coach Alan Richardson is watching from that position way out on the boundary at long on. Matt Taylor to 20.
Just defended off the back foot there. That completes the over. So
Baker.
23 left now. That's the 50 partnership as well.
Yeah, it's a good effort that.
Yeah, missed that one.
Well, the board will catch up in a minute.
Yeah, the Taylor brothers. 242 for 7.
And wait.
23 overs left in the day.
Wait is changing ends, I think. No, it is Finch. Yeah,
Adam Finch returning
a little later than I had thought.
50 partnership between the Taylor brothers.
Baker 0 for 57 from his 12. So Finch with the old ball after. Yes, he had a longish spell up till tea, but he's not bowled since tea. Now, can he produce some of the sparkle that he did in the first innings? Clipped away by Jack Taylor into the onside. That's into the gap. It's a well-placed shot. They've run
4
2
runs.
and it will go all the way for 4. I think we can probably expect some boundaries now. Finch is back on, but
He's got that magic ball up
Yeah.
his sleeve, hasn't he?
the threat is, having bowled both Hammond and Zavagahar earlier in this innings, that's in his second spell, and his first spell he got both Ollie Price and Joe Phillips. So 4 wickets already. Finch to Jack Taylor. On the scoop, goes over the cordon and down to third man for 4.
Yeah, just let the ball come onto him here, Jack Taylor, and ramps it over the cordon down to the vacant third region.
250 up for Gloucestershire. $172. Dan said a cheeky 150 with 20 overs to go. They might end up somewhere in that sort of order.
You don't think.
I don't. I
You
don't.
think you'd be deluded.
Worcestershire still need 3 wickets. Finch in, pulled away by Taylor. Doesn't quite time that. That goes out to Leach at deep square. And Jack Taylor goes to 79. I mean, the issue of time for him to get to 3 figures is not a problem here. Plenty of time.
Joe Root's out for 91.
The issue is whether A, he can stay there, and B, he can have enough support from the other end. Short leg in for Matt Taylor, then to Finch. Kashi Valley has got the helmet on, he's back in that position. Here is Finch from the chapel end, and Taylor again defends. Matt Taylor does have an unbeaten 57 in the championship this season. Waits now for Finch and stands tall. Plays out defensively on the offside. That 57 was a career best, and it was in the draw away at Derby.
6 overs time though, the new ball's due, and that's going to define how this game goes, I think.
I still think Worcestershire would have hoped not to have this long barren spell without a breakthrough after tea. Finch into Matt Taylor, who lets that go. They're kind of putting it's feeling as if all their eggs will now be in the new ball basket. What did you say last night, Dan? They might regret batting on way beyond 380.
Yeah.
Would they have had
6?
Should they have had 4
overs.
4, 5, 6 overs last
Especially
night?
if they could have winkled out Dent or Phillips and a white night watchman. You never know. But I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It really is.
22 overs left. 6 with the old ball, 16 available with the new one. Josh Baker, I'm sure to bowl up to that point from the chap from the College Lawn end.
There's a famous Australian golfer on the scoreboard there, as Jack Taylor punches that. 2 bowlers at the moment are Baker Finch.
Yeah. I thought we'd used that line before.
Have we?
Yeah.
Have we used that one?
Well, perhaps Jonathan Doidge and I used it during the Worcestershire Yorkshire match.
Anyway, there's one more to Jack Taylor. He's on to 80. Matt Taylor crunches that one. He's on 20. 100 runs between the Taylor boys. That's a nice shot. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Matt Taylor. Oh, Gloucestershire just putting their foot on the accelerator here, Ian. Or am I deluded?
No, I think there are runs out there with
the field being up.
Yeah, and I say Worcestershire do look a little weary.
That's gone down the ground. 1 bounce for Matt Taylor. Opening up here. Well, are they just trying to score a few runs before the new ball comes, perhaps?
Well, maybe. Does that change Worcestershire's thinking in any way? If they had
162 off 21.
Let's say 100 runs off 16.
Are we on for a thriller?
120 off 16, perhaps. That's still 8 and over, but with a, if they were looking for wickets, new ball goes quicker. I don't know whether Steve from Hallam is still with us, and you might be right about us being deluded, and it still may end up that Worcestershire win this, but this has been a very spirited effort from these two for the last hour and a quarter.
Certainly has.
And
ball's disappeared into one of the marquees. I think it's the one that we were having the quiz in the other night, Ian.
yes, I don't know where the Penton isn't sure where it's gone.
Maybe they'll find your pen that you lost in there. It was under a chair. That is poor. That is poor. I mean, it's fair enough sort of losing in the nettles or in a blackberry bush or whatever in village cricket, or even leaving a ball that goes into a garden of a neighbouring house that's got a Rottweiler roaming around it. I mean, that's fair enough, but losing it under a chair in a professional game, because the professionals never have to, put up with nettle bushes the way, us clubbies do they? I mean, it's just one of those things in life.
Especially if the Rottweiler's owned by Judy.
Yeah.
Not missing anything here because A, the ball has been retrieved, but also Gloucestershire players have taken the opportunity to just have a drink brought out.
Run rate's gone down.
Matt Taylor defends. Baker. Into Taylor. End of the over. 21 to go. The equation. 162 to win for Gloucestershire. 3 wickets to win for Worcestershire.
Baker's pulled 38 wicketless overs in this match. I don't think he's bowled badly.
No, he's bowled.
Just looks a bit
innocuous.
Don't say gentle.
Innocuous. Yeah.
Doesn't look dangerous in that way. Finch to bowl the 76, so 20 left after this. Jack Taylor got that big back lift, works that out into the legs, so there'll be a comfortable 2. There's a chase for Waite, who is not the quickest in the field.
No, he's hobbling a little bit as well,
shall we say. And Jack Taylor to 82. These two brought together when Zafar Gahar was out in the 55th over with a score at 190. So they've been steadily accumulating since. Jack Taylor again with no foot movement, just slaps that away for a single out to Brett d'Oliveira. So this is the 26th over of the partnership, and they have added 73. Worcestershire rotated the bowlers around. We've seen all 5 used. Haven't seen Brett d'Oliveira or Jake Libby, who might have been the other options. The new ball is only 4 overs away after this one. Short leg back in. Matt Taylor again defends. Odds on the draw now, Dan?
Whoa. You know me, Ian, I'm not a betting man.
Odds on the draw rising, I would suggest.
I like to keep splinters in my derriere from sitting on the fence.
At 190 for 7, you'd have said, what's your favourite? Now, with another hour's play gone, and these two still together and looking increasingly settled as well.
But don't you just love the ebb and the flow of county cricket? You know, it's like the tide, the moon pulling Worcestershire one way, Gloucestershire the other, the draw. I think it's fantastic. What an advert for the game of cricket this has been as well. Look at the backdrop. The runs scored in the game, over 1,000 runs.
Finch into Matt Taylor, nice shot. Good stop. Extra cover by Brett D'Oliveira. Taylor was sort of going back and then forward to meet that.
Do you think they just play positively, take it into the last 10 and think, right, do we have a dip from here? Because you've got to take the game deep, haven't you? And get yourself in a position where, you know...
110 overs?
Too much.
Finch to Matt Taylor. Ooh, that leapt a bit, but Taylor got inside the line and he survives. He's got 28.
90 in 10, potentially, if you've got all 3 wickets in hand. But it would need heroics to do that.
Yeah, go back to that innings from Matt Taylor earlier in the season.
What did he get, a 50 at Derby, was
He
it?
got a 50 at Derby.
Yeah.
He's only had a couple of other innings. He's got a 22.
Brett D'Oliveira's having a bowl.
Yeah, well, they've got to try something.
Mm.
You can see he got a 22 in.
Yeah, maybe.
In the game at Durham, but really the game at Derby that is this. So this is his second highest knock of the season.
There's people leaving. There's people leaving here.
I've got a table booked for 6:30 down. That's the problem.
Driven firmly by Jack Taylor, straight back at D'Oliveira.
Long on and long off, both going out.
Jack Taylor going back there. Jack Taylor will know about leg spin, won't he? Driven nicely by Jack Taylor. He's only going to get 1. Goes out to Pennington at long off. D'Oliveira to Matt Taylor, who defends. Long and long off have come in halfway. Try and tempt Matt Taylor. Both the tall lads as well, Pennington. Matt Taylor defends.
Quite flat from D'Oliveira still, isn't it?
Yeah. Cat and mouse here. One more to Matthew Taylor. He'll retain the strike.
I still think, at the end of that over, I still think there isn't much uneven bounce out there, if any.
No, the wicket's held up pretty well, and it's a credit to Christian Brain and the ground staff here. Been a good cricket wicket, this.
The one that got Zafar, he just missed a good one.
Yeah.
And the one that got Hammond hit the top of off when I think he thought it was climbing further than it did from the length that it was pitching.
Yeah, but I mean, you expect a little bit of stuff like that to go on the 4th day, but you think if this does end up in a draw, you'll look at that session that was washed out at the end of the 1st day as well. because there's 28 overs gone out of the game there.
But I don't think that has really changed the pattern of the game much.
No. Would Worcestershire have batted on?
Finch to Matt Taylor again. He can let that go. He's faced 100 balls now, Matt Taylor, as a number 9.
Yeah, brave knock this as well. On antibiotics. Toe injury.
He was clearly in discomfort when he batted yesterday. And he's been out there now since before tea.
Waits around the wicket here.
Finch going to Taylor. Pinch a single to the left hand of Gibbon. To come round the ball to throw it in. Matt Taylor goes to 30. Two overs after this. This reminds me a little of that last meeting here in 2019. Only 13 runs in it at that point. This could be just as close, but in a different sense. Worcestershire hunting the last 3 wickets. Finch around the wicket to Jack Taylor. He's slapped that into the ground and it's raced away to deep mid wicket for 4. Cashy finally got out of the way, which was just as well, because Jack Taylor hit that very hard, and as you can see from Cashy's reaction, he was really concerned for his own safety.
Yeah, you won't catch me there, Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor, 88.
I'll probably be in Stroud.
She's retreated about 10 yards. That's a very short one from Finch. Worcestershire must be fed up of Jack Taylor making runs against them.
Yeah.
Odd odds are 5th 100 against the same opposition. He's clubbed that. It's gone past Leach in the air. That's raced away for 4 more. Up to the boundary at long on. He may, dare I say, have picked his fielder there. Finch around the wicket, and he's just stood and whipped it away. And he's going up faster than a runner ball in what you might argue is a defensive situation here for Gloucestershire. 148 in theory would be the victory target. Finch again to Taylor. Down the ground again. That's beaten D'Oliveira. That will run away for 4 more, and Finch being expensive again in this over, or in that over, because that was the last ball. And he now has 4 for 72 from 16. 278 for 7, 144 to win in 18 overs.
The plot thickens, Ian Randall. The plot thickens here at Cheltenham.
These two have added 88 for the 8th wicket.
The new ball will be the crux here. We'll see what happens. What way will it go? Will the ball go quicker off to the boundary? Or will Worcestershire blast out these last 3 wickets?
Jack Taylor on 96, but not on strike.
D'Oliveira to Matt Taylor, who defends.
Didn't want to hang around in the 90s, Jack Taylor. 96 off 81.
Matt Taylor again plays that into the covers.
And 18 fours as well, so high percentage of his runs in boundaries.
Oh, Matt Taylor going back there. Dangerous game to play. Has D'Oliveira got a googly up his sleeve here? Going back again. The twists and turns of county cricket. Is there another one here at Cheltenham College? D'Oliveira is going to go around the wicket now. Try and put it into the rough. Matt Taylor plays that back to him. That's a maiden over.
17 to survive.
D'Oliveira, none for 2 off 2. 17 left to survive. 144 off 17 is the equation for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Worcestershire have had a
Worcestershire need 3 wickets off 17.
Yeah, Worcestershire have had a game like this already this season, which has gone very, very late. Which was the game at Hove when they were chasing to win, but in the end, the match finished off the last ball, with only Worcestershire able to win. That they were 8 down, so Sussex couldn't win, and Worcestershire, I think, finished 4 runs short of their victory target. Match drawn. Still, you'd have to say the draw well in the mix here. Jack Taylor on 96 faces Finch, and first ball of the over doesn't see him get the 4 he needs. Reminder of that stat. Taylor's hundreds: 2 against Worcestershire in 2016, 2 against Worcestershire in 2017. True, a while ago, but same opposition here today, and he's made 96. Finch over the wicket to him, and he's almost dragged it on. That was mighty close. Finch has got 4 wickets already. This was very nearly a 5th. Just got a bit tight to him for that. It wasn't the wrong height necessarily, but just a bit too close. Jack Taylor is the prize wicket for Worcestershire out of the last 3. Finch to him. He's pulled that. There's a fielder at deep back of the screen. It's Jake Libby, and they will take 1. The stand up to 89 between the Taylor brothers. Matt has 30. The ground is quite quiet, Danny.
Yeah, people are just fascinated by this, the cricket keeping them quiet.
And the fact that Jack Taylor's got 97 as well.
Yeah, but it's intriguing, this game, isn't it? It really is.
Finch from the chapel end, and Matt Taylor sways out of the way. So he's got a leg gully. It's kind of a 4th slip, a backward point and a short leg for Finch.
2 balls till the new ball is due.
It's not going to be drivable length, you wouldn't think. Mid on and mid off, right up, so it's going to be back of a length from Finch. Sprints in again past umpire Chantry, and Jack Taylor looks on as Matt pushes it out into the offside. Ben Gibbon fields. 1 ball left with the old one, you would think. 4:22 in 96 overs is where we started. Rate of 4.4. 143 and 16 is probably too many in a first-class sense, but Gloucestershire stayed in the game. They're making Worcestershire work. They've had an hour and a half since tea, bowling at the Taylor brothers without success. That's the end of Finch's over. 4 for 73 from 17. Finch wants a brief break, I think, or a drink.
Yeah.
And Leach is coming back, and here in a moment I think we'll see the signal for the second new ball. Oh, it's the last hour.
Last hour, is it the second new ball?
And that is the new ball. So
I don't think Gloucestershire will get these runs, but can they hold on?
With the new ball, Joe Leach.
Or will this last session go pear-shaped for the pairs?
16 overs and 3 wickets. But you've got 2 batsmen who've been in for a long time, which does surely help Gloucestershire's chances.
Certainly does. Leach to Jack Taylor. Down the leg side.
Yes, Worcestershire might have hoped to have certainly got closer to wrapping this up by now. But that's why you have a long chase on the last day. You don't leave yourself with a 75 over chase, so you don't have a second new ball.
Leach in. Down the leg side again.
3 slips back in, unsurprisingly.
Thought Roderick was going to have a shy at the stumps there. Imagine if Jack Taylor went walkabouts, did a Johnny Bairstow. Oh, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that.
England 353 for 5, by the way. In the test, they lead by 341. Bairstow 77 not out.
Leach to Jack Taylor. That's gone out into the onside. He's only going to get 1.
Gloucestershire's run rate across the piece, nearly 3.5, which isn't enough to win the game across the 96 overs, but it's not too dull.
Leach. Every sinew going into this. Big appeal for LBW. Saggers says no. Going down.
Legs, yeah, missing the leg, outside leg stump. What's Kashi Valley going to? He's going into the leg side, and 2 short mid wickets now for Leach.
Matt Taylor defends that one out to mid off. As the cry comes from the members area. Go on, Bomber.
Matt Taylor's nickname around the club.
Yeah. Defended. That's 1 over with the new ball negotiated by the brothers Taylor.
And it will be Pennington back for another burst. So I don't think we'll see Baker again. I'd be surprised.
From the chapel end, Dylan Pennington.
I think it will probably be Leach Pennington and Finch in the main from here. Wait, might have a couple of overs if Oliveira thinks that the quicker bowlers are just about all in for effort. Jack Taylor on 98. And he wouldn't be human if there wasn't a little bit of nervousness out there. Got to keep his concentration. 88 balls for his 98 runs. That was required of him when he came in. Pennington, Jack Taylor firmly, but straight back to the bowler.
Oh, that could be 5 penalty runs here.
Now Pennington's trying to throw that.
Throwing the ball at Jack Taylor. That's going to be 5 penalty runs, I think.
Is he going to say that's out of order? What are the umpires going to do here? Taylor hasn't shown any dissent. Pennington's saying that he was trying to throw it at the stumps. So what are the umpires going to decide to do? They're having a chat about it.
I thought there was a new directive where now if the bowler throws the ball and it hits the batter, it's now 5 penalty runs. And will Pennington be withdrawn out of the attack? Let's have a look, see what happens here. I'll be really keen to see how this goes.
Pennington making his point very forcibly. And the fact that the umpires are on their radios suggests
5 penalty runs.
That is the decision.
Yep, 5 penalty runs there. And Pennington's been withdrawn out of the attack? Or not?
No.
No.
That goes down against the bowler, but against Taylor up to mid-off. No addition to the score. How are those scored then, those penalty runs? Are they classed as a penalty run? Are they against the bowler's analysis?
No, they're just penalty runs against the team.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. The volume levels have gone up here.
Pennington charging in to Jack Taylor. Oh, and he's played on. Pennington off in celebration, but Taylor has played on 98. Big inside edge, and he's dragged it on. You couldn't make it up. 285 for 8, and Jack Taylor is out for 98.
An innings of real courage there from Jack Taylor. Just shy of his 5th century against Worcestershire. You do wonder if that unsettled him there. Pennington hurling the ball in. You do wonder. But now Gloucestershire have a job on their hands to try and save this.
That was the prize wicket.
That was the prize wicket.
So the stand between the two was worth 95. Well,
Jack Taylor's actually moved into that ball that Pennington threw there. Let's have a look at this. We'll have a look at it at the end of the over.
So now Pennington to try and finish the job. And now you'd say Worcestershire are favourites, because you've got
the new ball and the tail.
Yeah. Albeit Zaman Akhtar, as we've said earlier, has in his 8 first-class innings only been dismissed 3 times. but it will go down as JMR Taylor bowled Pennington 98. Pennington to bowl now to Akhtar, who is in at number 10. Paul van Meekeren will be in the pavilion with his pads on.
It's been a wonderful game of cricket this though, hasn't it? It really has been a good game of cricket. Proper county championship 4-day cricket at its peak, going right deep into the last session. Both sides playing their part in a fascinating contest.
I'm just looking at the card here, by the way, as well. I don't think there's a single extra. Edged and caught. Adam Hose has taken a really sharp chance there.
Baker.
Oh, it's Baker at first slip. He's gone behind Hose to catch that. That's a good catch. And Zaman Akhtar is out. And this has been a decisive over from Pennington.
Yeah.
Zaman Akhtar caught by Baker off the bowling of Pennington for no score.
He's been good, Pennington, all game, hasn't he? He makes a difference to this Worcestershire attack. He offers something a little different.
And I think he's now twice taken 2 wickets in an over.
47, Paul van Meekeren.
And now Paul van Meekeren
AES signs.
in at number 11.
Yeah. Worcestershire with their tails up here.
And Leach
There'll be a chorus.
will try and finish it off.
Yeah, and then there'll be a chorus of the Worcester boys are jolly good boys. Taylor plays that into the offside. Exposes Van Meekeren here. Not sure that was the best move.
A touch surprised, perhaps, that he's done that.
Yeah. Wonder if he thought there might be 2 there initially, because he did run the first one quite quickly.
Well, Finch got Van Meekeren in the first innings with a far straight one.
Yeah, Leach is
not
more
necessarily
subtle
fast,
in his
but
armoury.
but he is straight.
Here he is. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge.
Three slips, a leg slip and a short leg for the number 11.
Yeah.
Oliveira just changing positions, just changing a couple of positions round here. He's going to the leg slip himself. There's a 4th slip going in, and Gibbons come across to point.
Van Meekeren defends. So they have one final twist in the tail here.
14 overs for the last pair to survive.
I wonder if Matt Taylor wanted to get down there and to take Pennington. Leach to Van Meekeren. Leach threatening to throw. I tell you what, it's been high octane stuff out there. Both sides have been going at each other. I'm sure they're full of respect for each other off the pitch, but on the pitch it's been proper hard cricket out there.
Finch warming up.
Yeah, it's what you want to see. Van Meekeren leaves.
One more ball for the Dutchman to negotiate.
I think all the Worcestershire seamers will be itching to be thrown the ball now. They will all think they can get the last wicket.
Oh, that was brute of a delivery. And Makeren negotiates it.
So Pennington is going to bowl to Matt Taylor, and that may have been in the thinking, Dan. I kind of go along with that.
Yeah.
He might feel that
Pennington would just blast through Van Makeren's defences. Yep.
And that he might have a better judgment of where his off stump is, what to leave and what he absolutely needs to play. Pennington then to Matt Taylor, and he's squeezed that away. They'll want two here. Finch is coming round from mid wicket, and it's gone far enough behind square they can come back for a second. So I think Matt Taylor will deal in twos or dots, basically.
Yeah. I mean,
if there's a 4 around, well,
probably had no
so
real,
be it.
Probably had no real need to run there. It's probably for his own personal score, but
short leg is back in. Pennington from the chapel end, played softly out by Matt Taylor for a single. Now, does Pennington have the Yorker, or does he think that Van Meekeren is susceptible to the short ball? The short leg's gone back in, and the 4th slip is going in as well. Waite's coming across. Wasn't be Pennington's asking Leach to come up from fine leg to square leg by the umpire. Sun's just gone in. Pennington into Van Meekeren, who's turned it away behind square himself. That may run all the way for 4. Leach, I don't think we'll be able to hold that in. It's going to beat him to the rope. And Van Meekeren is off the mark.
Leach's forearms, just seen him close up, he's like Popeye, aren't they? He's like the village blacksmith.
293 for 9. 12 overs after this one for Gloucestershire to try and survive. The last pair together. Van Meekeren waits for Pennington. And he's judged where that is outside the off stump.
Paul's taking some flack out there. He likes to dish it out. I'm sure he'll be taking a little bit as well. He won't mind it though. He loves it.
Worcestershire wickets have been shared in this match. Pennington's got 3 in this second innings. Into Van Meekeren, into the ground and into the gap, past the slip cord, and it's a chase for Gibbon. They'll come back for 2, and that's all there will be.
He's quick, Gibbon, isn't he?
Yeah, not a bad fielder. Six minutes to 6 on the 4th day. Pennington wanting a chat with his skipper. 1 ball to go in this over. Van Meekeren, the last man in the Gloucestershire batting order. He batting at 11. Matt Taylor with his Painful toe batting at 9. Van Meekeren waits for Pennington and defends. Back to the bowler. Over negotiated. 12 to go. Last pair together. But while Leach is on, they know they'll continue to have to play at almost every ball, I would suggest, Dan.
I would say so. Worcester fans just giving it a mock wiping of the brow there. They're a bit nervous still until the job's done. It's not over, is it?
So you've got the greater pace of Pennington at one end and the accuracy of Leach at the other.
Leach to Taylor. Oh, that's a nice shot. Whip through mid-wickets. There's a touch of the Vivian Richards about that.
Gloucestershire up to 299.
Oh, it's on his legs.
9.
It was on his legs. It's where it deserved to go. Run rate required 10.39, Ian. What do you reckon?
4 down, might be all right.
Taylor pushes that into the offside. They're only going to have one though. Gibbons quick. Comes round. Gets the ball in to Roderick. There's a 300 up for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, well, they haven't crumbled in this situation.
No, and that's down to Jack Taylor. I mean, Jack Taylor, I thought that was an innings of real substance. He's been unlucky with a few decisions this year, and he showed a lot of heart. Showed that he's... And it bodes really well for the white ball campaign as well, where he was so dominant last year in that competition in the Royal London Cup. Van Meekeren defends Leach.
So the leg slip has gone. Still got the short leg in.
I mean, the runs are irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the catching area. They've got 7 catches, arguably. 3 on the leg side. The short leg, a short mid wicket and a short straight mid on, and the 4 slips.
Oh, that was a little aerial for a while there from Van Meekeren. Worcestershire want this, don't they? You can sense they really want this badly.
Well, it's a big impact on the table.
It makes a massive impact on the table.
Gibbon to a short cover.
Leach. Oh, that goes past Van Meekeren's outside edge.
Not good enough to get a touch.
You tell him that when he's bowling at you.
Yeah, it's just Leach is just a little bit wide there. He's almost probably 4th stump or even 5th stump. Just tighter line would have been a problem. Change of field again. They've moved the mid-on out, and Finch has come into the short extra.
Here's Leach past Saggers. Thick outside edge from Van Meekeren. He's only going to get one. It's to Gibbons' left hand. That would be suicidal to run there. Another over negotiated. 301 for 9. Van Meekeren on 7. Matt Taylor on 39.
11 to go. 11 to go at 6 o'clock on the final day. Still Pennington. Finch, though, getting ready. Finch maybe for Leach.
I'll give Leach another burst. I'll give him another 2 at least. He's their best bowler.
but as Dan Whiting has said, maybe Pennington can blast the last one out. Van Meekeren though plays that pleasantly up to Finch, who was limbering up before this over started, so I'm sure he's going to be used shortly if necessary. Gloucestershire set 4-2-2. The biggest stand at for the 8th wicket. Pennington to Van Meekeren, who's playing down the Waterloo line. That's gone down the Piccadilly. Didn't miss it by much.
That's niche London knowledge, Liam. The Waterloo and City line is a rarely used line that runs between Waterloo and Bank. Not many people get on that. Not many people even know it's there.
Tall Van Meekeren waits for Pennington, and he's getting well out of the way of that. At what point, with 63 balls still available, the Worcestershire become a little bit irritated?
Probably when it gets down to 8.
5 overs to go?
8.
8 overs to go.
I'd say so. But you know, they're professionals, they'll keep calm. Sure, the verbals will be going on out there. Part of the game.
Pennington into Van Meekeren. Does well to defend that out on the offside. This pair still had 14 overs to see out when they joined forces. It's like a countdown clock.
It's fascinating stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Pennington again, just having a chat with his Captain D'Oliveira about the field. Given going into, it's almost 3 slips. Is it 3 slips and 2 gullies there? Is it? The angle's a little bit deceptive from where we are. No, it probably is 5. And D'Oliveira at backward point. 2 balls left in this Pennington over. Oh, and Van Meekeren again pushes. He's pushing straight down the line. If the ball holds its own, he survives again. Pennington can't seem to find the ball that comes back up the slight slope here at Cheltenham. This will be 4 overs survived if Mike Van Meekeren can see off this delivery, which he does. So 14 overs the last pair needed to see out. They've seen out 4 of them. 10 left.
Finch is coming into the attack, as Ian Randall predicted.
Adam Finch.
Can he get his fifer?
What do they do at the other end? Will it be necessary? Finch has had the odd magic ball up his sleeve, hasn't he?
Here he comes. Past Saggers. Oh, that's well bowled. Beats Matt Taylor outside. He's off stump. Goes through to Gareth Roderick. The cry of "Come on, Finchy" rings round this famous ground. 151 years there's been cricket played here by Gloucestershire. Can they hold on? That's gone backward of square. It's to Gibbons' left hand, but he's going to get 2. And Matt Taylor moves into the 40s.
Still think Matt Taylor would like to have most of the strike if he could.
Oh yeah. What I like about Van Meekeren is he's got attitude. He's a hard man. Finch to Taylor. That's going to run away down there with a new ball. And they might even go for 4. It does go for 4.
Matt Taylor's been out there for 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, he showed a lot of heart as well with his toe injury as well. He's on antibiotics with an infected foot. And he's gone out there battling for the cause. Taylor punches that one firmly. Can only find Leach.
Well, we heard the cry or the call of wait. Only 2 previous 50s in his career, Matt Taylor. One of them this season.
Here's Finch into the crease. That's a lovely shot, Matt Taylor there.
And he's now within one run of a third.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, 10 runs off this over.
Finch, Taylor. Oh, that's hit him. No, it hasn't. It's gone through. Let's have a look at this again. Thought I heard a sound there. It's a good bouncer. Proper hard cricket out here.
9 overs to go. 5 negotiated.
That was a good bouncer. Good bouncer, that is. And I think that flicked the arm, possibly. That thing is just, yeah.
Pennington's determined to finish this. This is a long stint for him in this spell. Van Meekeren waits. And he's bowled. Worcestershire win. And Pennington, seen as the villain of the piece when he threw that ball at Jack Taylor, has won the game for Worcestershire. He's clean bowled Van Meekeren to leave Gloucestershire all out for 311, and they have therefore lost the game by 110 runs. 311 all out. Matt Taylor 49 not out at the other end, and Worcestershire win it well into the last hour here at Cheltenham.
And they deserved it. They deserved it. I think, you know, they played good cricket at Worcestershire. They were in the abyss on the first morning, and a skipper's knock from Brett D'Oliveira there. That 90 really held his side together, and after that I thought Worcestershire were in the ascendancy all of the game really. Gloucestershire were trying to save it. There were brief glimpses where Gloucestershire came back, but there were some really good performances from both sides. D'Oliveira's 90, Matthew Waite's 64, Baker's 75 in the first innings for Worcestershire, and then the youngsters for Gloucestershire in response. Joe Phillips is 80, Ollie Price is 115. Paul van Meekeren, he got 9 wickets in the game. Dylan Pennington, he got 7 wickets in the game. And I think Jake Libby's 117 as well. Matthew Waite 62, a belligerent 62 last night. It was absolutely fantastic. But it's Worcestershire who go back up the M5 with 23 points in the bag. And the jolly good boys from Worcester have won this game by 110 runs.
Yeah, all 4 innings of the match over 300. But the big difference, the Worcestershire first innings score of 406, where the tail wagged and it gave them a big platform in the match. The final bowling figures for Worcestershire: Leach 2 for 57 from 22, Finch 4 for 83 from 18, and Pennington 4 for 63 from 20 overs and 1 ball. Waite 0 for 35, Baker 0 for 66, and D'Oliveira 0 for 2, all wicketless in the second innings. But a close finish in terms of time, but in the end what looks on the board a convincing win for the pairs.
Yeah, I have to give Jack Taylor a lot of credit as well, because that was a knock of real courage. He's had his knockers this year, he's struggled at times this season, but he showed great heart and nearly got his side home. Matt Taylor as well deserves a lot of credit. He came out and got 49 with an injured foot. He's on antibiotics due to an infection in his foot, and he actually showed a lot of heart there. But Worcestershire did deserve it, and Joe Leach, Dylan Pennington was superb for them. And that was a really good, hard game of county championship cricket. It's gone deep into the 8 overs remaining, and it's what you want, and it is why the county championship is the ultimate format for me.
Thanks to Dan Whiting, and thanks to you for your company as well, whether you're a Worcestershire or Gloucestershire supporter, or indeed following the game today, because it was the only championship match being played today. Supporters of Sussex, of Leicestershire and of Glamorgan will be left disappointed by Worcestershire's win, but Worcestershire have now taken a grip on that table, and if you look at it now in terms of second place, Worcestershire up with a considerable advantage, a 16-point advantage in second place with 3 rounds to go. We debated last night whether Worcestershire were right to bat to the close and not bowl yesterday evening. In the end, they proved they knew what they were doing, and they have won this game at Cheltenham by 110 runs. We'll see you tomorrow for the match with Wiltshire in the National Counties Challenge. We're with you from 11 o'clock or from 5 to. Expect some new faces in the Gloucestershire team, and some faces, including Jack Taylor, actually, we were told, who might play a part in the One Day Cup. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11.